Good morning, everyone. I'm Dennis Duran. Welcome to the Soft to Steel Summit. This event is the culmination of my work over the past year to bring together a group of incredible thought leaders to conduct a passionate, energized dialogue, to explore with their minds and their hearts the meaning, purpose, and power of believing that leaders travel the road to loving inclusion and social justice that is paved with soft skills, a person's qualities, attributes, and behaviors. I have gathered an incredible group of speakers, and we'll spend the next 4 hours in a series of 4-hour conversations discussing love, inclusion, social justice, and leadership. There will be no PowerPoints, no long presentations, just powerful conversations that I will facilitate about each of the 4 themes. I did prepare a few questions that the speakers have seen. I got to give them a heads up. You will not be disappointed in what you will be hearing over the next few hours. We will take 5-minute breaks at the conclusion of each of the first 3-hour-long discussions. The clock for each conversation starts when I introduce the speakers. I will keep us all aware of the time as it moves into the last 15 minutes of each hour, and I'll do the best I can to manage time as carefully as possible so we get everybody an opportunity to speak to you and so that you hear as many great things as are possible. So let's get started. I'd like to introduce the speakers for our first hour to discuss love. Steve Farber is the founder and CEO of the Extreme Leadership Institute, and his many accomplishments include being the author of a book.
Dennis, can you hear me?
Yes.
We're having audio problems with your microphone. And so I want everybody to hear this. This is such a great event. I'm going to just try one thing here because we got to fix this. Let's try it again. Can you say something?
Yes. Am I live?
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. I don't know if anyone heard anything said before. If you want to back it up, just want to help you guys out. Okay.
Okay. What would you suggest I do?
I think we should take it from the top because it was very crackly audio, but now it's perfect.
Okay.
Sounds great.
All right. Okay. Let's try this again. Gosh, technology is great, isn't it, folks? So I'll say good morning again and welcome to the Soft to Steel Summit. This event is the culmination of my work over the past year to bring together a group of incredible thought leaders to conduct a passionate, energized dialogue to explore with mind and heart the meaning, purpose, and power of believing that leaders travel the road to loving inclusion and social justice that is paved with soft skills, a person's qualities, attributes, and behaviors. I've gathered an incredible group of speakers, and we'll spend the next 4 hours in a series of 4 conversations discussing love, inclusion, social justice, and leadership. There will be no PowerPoints, no long presentations, just powerful conversations that I'll facilitate about each of the 4 topics. I did prepare a few questions that the speakers have seen. You will not be disappointed with what you will be hearing over the next few hours. We'll take 5-minute breaks at the conclusion of each of the first 3-hour-long discussions. The clock for each conversation starts when I introduce the speakers. I will keep us all aware of the time as we move into the last 15 minutes of each hour. I'll do my best to manage time to make sure that we get as much into every hour as we possibly can. So let's get started. I'd like to introduce the speakers for our first hour, beginning with Steve Farber. Steve is the founder and CEO of the Extreme Leadership Institute, and among his many accomplishments is his recent authoring of a book entitled Love is Just Damn Good Business. He's one of Inc.'s global top 50 leadership and management experts. Joining Steve is Jesse Cole. Jesse is the founder of Fans First Entertainment, which owns the Savannah Bananas baseball team in Savannah, Georgia. His incredible success is built on the foundation of love for his fans. Our third speaker in the first hour is Starla Lewis. Starla is a life mastery coach and a professor with over 39 years of experience and has developed learning environments where educators, students, and parents learn how to build self-confidence, mutual acceptance, and love. And lastly, Halise Grandma Sparky Bridges. Sparky is the founder of the Blue Ribbons Worldwide and the creator of the Who I Am Makes a Difference Blue Ribbon and 7-Step Acknowledgement Ceremony. Her ribbons have found their way around the entire globe. There are millions of them, changing lives and underscoring the fundamental importance of love. So now to our conversation. Welcome, speakers.
Hey there, Dennis.
Thank you. I'll It's good, good, good. The voices are working. Apologize for the front end fun. So let's start with this question. This harkens back to 1984 and a song that was made popular by a singer named Tina Turner. When she posed the question, "What's love got to do with it?" And it being in life and relationships for our conversation. I'm going to start with Starla. Starla, what do you think?
Well, I be love, so love is all I know. I think love has everything to do with it. And I think that when we move in love, when we live in love, then we have a different kind of life, a life filled with love. And it's just allowing us to be who we really are, which I believe is love.
Very good. Very good. Elise, what do you think?
Okay, I say every time you smile and you hug and you give a thumbs up and you say, rock on, I believe in you, it just brings love to our souls and connects us heart to heart so that we can make dreams come true so quickly.
Wow, that's awesome. Jesse, with the yellow hat, tell us, man, what's the love got to do with it?
Well, 6 years ago, I was sleeping on an airbed. My wife and I had to sell our house. We were down to our last dollar, and it was the love that pushed us through. It was the love and the belief. And the fact that she stayed with me is a lot of love after I took us to buy a baseball team and go $2 million in debt trying to make it work. But it was all spirited in love and belief and doing something you're truly passionate about that brings you together. And while it was just me and her on that airbed by ourselves, trying to figure out how we were going to save this baseball team and the people that we brought in to work for us, it was the starting point. And we wanted to create something that we loved so much that we could share with more people. And it really was kind of the foundation of what we built in Fans First and in our Savannah Bananas baseball team.
And how have your fans responded?
Well, we only sold 2 tickets in our first 3 months. It was almost a donation, and that forced us to sell our house. But now, fortunately, we sold out every single game and have a wait list for over 12,000 for tickets right now.
That's awesome.
Wow. Awesome. Steve Farber, what's love got to do with it?
Well, of course, the follow-up question is, what's love got to do with what? So in my world, love's got something to do with everything that we experience as human beings. That should be obvious to all of us, I would hope. But to me, the it is business. So if I were to modify that question, it wouldn't have made it for as good of a song. But what's love got to do with business? Everything. And of course, what's interesting about that to me is that most of us are not accustomed to using the word love and business in the same sentence, which is ironic because as business people, we pursue it all the time because we want our customers to love us. Just ask Jesse Cole. We want our customers to love doing business with us, to love the experience that we create for them, because that's where our competitive advantage comes from. So to say that love has nothing to do with it being business, is insane. In fact, love is just damn good business. I wrote a book called Love is Just Damn Good Business. And the reason I called it that is because love is just damn good business.
Wow. That last part was very profound, Steve. So very good. Very good. So here's another question that you all have some fun with. So talk to us about how is love present in your life at work, at home, and in society? Starla, how is love present in your life at work, at home, and in society?
Well, I'll start with at work because when I go into the classroom, the first day when I'm introducing myself to my students, I tell them I teach because I love you. And it makes all the difference in all the other days that follow because they know that I care. And when they know you care, then they start to care in a deeper and more profound way. And a few don't believe it, and I tell them, well, by the end of the semester, you'll know it's true. And when I get the evaluations, they say, I love you. So I know that they know it's true. When at home, my whole household has been about love. I grew up in love. I grew up with teenage parents who loved each other, who loved me, and taught me how to love the world. I grew up with an extended family, so there was an abundance of love, cousins and aunts and grandmas and grandpas, et cetera, et cetera. So I literally say, I don't know a day without absolutely, positively knowing that I am loved and that I am loved. And so that's my life. Love is my life. And then what was the last one? Work.
Society, the big
Society.
W. Yeah.
Society is so much more challenging, because what I do is I teach people how to see themselves. And when we really see ourselves, we see the love. And then I teach people how to love themselves. And as they begin to embrace themselves and become their own self-validation, they're never without love. And then I teach people how to use love to address life issues. So when I'm doing workshops around transcending racism and sexism, it's all about the love. When I'm doing workshops around family, it's all about the love. When I'm doing workshops around love, it's all about the love. So basically, love is my life.
That's wonderful. Jesse, you started talking about it in response to the first question. So parse it out: work, at home, and in society. How is love present in your life?
Well, I'll share the three loves that we discuss with our team all the time. And it's love your customer more than you love your product, love your employees or your team members even more than you love your customer, and then love yourself above all. And it's really interesting that, we've kind of built this into our framework of what we do. And, it's tough for me. I have 3 kids. My wife and I are foster parents. We have a foster baby and another 3-year-old. And, the idea of when you get on a plane and they say, now make sure adults, you give yourself oxygen first before your kids. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, these kids are getting oxygen. But I understand it. I understand the concept. I understand the idea. And so when we talk about love yourself, I'm very intentional every morning before the kids get up to take care of myself and put myself in a great spot. I write a thank you letter every single morning. I write ideas every morning. I go for a run every morning. I have my morning ritual to make sure I get myself in the best spot to be my best for others. And so when the kids get up and run out of bed, that I can be my best because I've already won the morning. Wow. And I think this is something that's very important for us that we try to do, is that we have to get ourselves at a spot that we're doing things that we love, that give us passion, that give us energy, that we can then give that to other people. And when it comes to business, we can't give the most love and the best service unless we are getting that as well from our team and myself as an owner. If I'm not giving that to our people and treating them that way, how are they going to know how to give it to other people? And it starts with having that love myself and giving it. So that's where it starts, from a business that really comes together with the personal as well. And it drives us. I think often if we're trying to give love, you have to be able to do things that you love first. It sounds selfish, but it's actually selfless. And I come home at 5 o'clock at the end of a workday and come home with so much love for my kids because I was doing what I loved all day, things that gave me energy, that fired me up. And I think that transcends into society. If we have people that are doing things that they love, we'll be better off, and we'll attract people into that sphere of influence of doing things that we're passionate about. Focus on yourself, your team, your closest circle, and then hopefully scream it on top of the mountains, and it'll spread the love like crazy.
Wow. Sparky, tell us about the blue ribbons, because I know that's part of your way love is alive in you.
I just love what everybody's saying, by the way. Talk about love. I snort when I think it's fun. And so, yes, I created a blue ribbon 40 years ago. I'm now going to be 80 years old. And it says, who I am makes a difference. And I was going through a divorce and feeling like I was unloved and unrespected and miserable. And I thought, well, how in the world can I needed to bring love to the world. So I didn't know I needed it in myself, Jesse, at first. I learned it later to first know to love myself, but I began to honor my kids' teachers and my neighbors and tell them how much I loved and respected them, and ask them if they would accept the blue ribbon that says who I am makes a difference. And then I place it above their heart with their permission. And then I give them a spark from my heart and put it in there. And I said, it's the sound that makes dreams come true. And the sound is bing, B-I-N-G. So they would laugh. And I realized that most people didn't know how to give love or receive it. They hadn't been taught that in their homes. And I had a beautiful upbringing with my parents. I found out that very few people ever got encouraged to go for their dreams. They were told, oh, you can't do it. You don't have enough time, money, energy, anything, give it up. And they would lose it after a couple times of failing, they would give up. I would say that love for all of us is the fuel that inspires and connects. It's the soul fuel. It reminds us who we are, why we were born, and the difference it makes. And every time you smile at somebody and you let them know that they can do it, that you believe in them, to never give up, that is love. And I just want to honor us because we're going for 1 billion people to be honored with this blue ribbon that says who I am makes a difference. And we're over 50 million right now. So I just want to say, let's give a shout out and then point to everything that's working instead of what isn't. And let's move this planet forward.
Well, I think you're gonna have a chance to bring a few thousand of those ribbons to my hometown of Savannah, Georgia sometime.
That's cool.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Steve Farber, what do you know about love?
Well, I'm learning more about it every day, certainly. So those three categories, business, personal, and society, they blend together a lot for all of us. But I'll speak, for myself on this. The line between business and personal for me is practically non-existent. In fact, this gathering of people in this panel right here is a great example of that. And starting with you, Dennis, we have become very close friends over the years, and it started with your reading of you read The Radical Leap, and those words that you see behind me on the wall: "Do what you love in the service of people who love what you do." You put it on your business card. This is before we even met. And Sparky and Starla, we met at doing some volunteer work here in the San Diego area. And Jesse and I met via LinkedIn, and we're becoming friends. I mean, I have great friends that I love dearly, and I have a lot of them. And many of them I met through this thing that we call work. Mm-hmm. So I get a little bit prickly about the distinction between business and personal. Listen, I understand we play different roles. I know Jesse's wearing his yellow tux. He doesn't wear it 24 hours a day. We play. I'm assuming we play different roles, but we're the same person. So this old saw, work-life balance, and we've had all these debates over the years that is that really a thing? Is there such a thing as balance? Is it balance or is it harmony? What is it? Well, I think the real problem in that phrase work-life balance is not the balance part. It's the work/life part. It's that choice of words, because what it implies is that work and life are two different things. Is it work or is it life? So that implies that work is not life. And if work is not life, then what is it? Yeah. It's death. and obviously it's not. So this insidious idea that love is appropriate in our personal life, but not in business, is just this crap that we made up. I mean, there's no reality in it. We are the same person. We play different roles, but we're the same person. And therefore that power of the heart transcends those different roles. And doing what you love in the service of people who love what you do, to me, ties it all together. I say to me because I wrote the words, so it better mean something to me. But if it's doing what you love is your personal connection to your work. But if that's all you're doing, it's not enough, because that's just another way of saying narcissism, right? As long as I'm doing what I love, who cares what the impact is on anybody else? So I'm doing what you love in the service of people. So I'm using that to give great value to you, my customers, to you, my colleagues, to you, my family, to you, my friends, to you, my community, etc. And then if I do that well, and I do it authentically, and I do it with passion, the result is reciprocity. You'll love me in return. And that's how we have an effect on society. Having said that, one caveat. I will admit that I'm an optimist. I'm a born optimist. I think it's genetically encoded in my DNA. And as far as love in society is concerned, I'm still optimistic about that. I just have to admit that I find that I have to work harder at it nowadays. Mm-hmm. So optimism is something that, speaking for myself, takes work in the face of adversity and seeming and actual polarization. But I think if we lose that as a value and an aspiration, then we have nothing to be optimistic about. So let's all work at it, which is, of course, why we're here.
Yeah. Would you, any one of you want to say anything in response to anything Steve said, or add anything on?
Well, actually, I do. I love it.
Then do it.
Then I'll do it. I love work love. It's a concept that I live for. And I ask my students, why are you in college? Why are you taking classes? And they always say to get a good job and get a degree and all this stuff. And I say to them, do you believe that you were born onto the planet Earth to go to school and get really good grades so you can go to some more school and get some really good grades so you can go to some more school and get some really good grades so you can go to a big school, get a big degree, get a big job, make big money, buy big stuff, and then die? And they always say no. And so I said, what is your purpose? Why are you here? And then I say, we come here equipped to do what we came here to do. So let's look at your gifts. Let's look at your talents. Let's get in touch with your passion. And then create your life around that. So you will have a fulfilling life. I have worked for way too long, almost 50 years. And I've said, I've never worked a day in my life because I love what I do. And I would say to my students, this is how I get high and they pay me. So the reality is that we have to live our purpose and get in touch with who we are and get in touch with our talents, so that our dreams are really our dreams and not a dream programmed in like, oh, I'll be a doctor because they make good money and they have big status. And I'll be a doctor because I love to heal people. It'll be a whole different conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful. You know, and Steve is right about how I got connected. Frankly, Steve, I thought I wrote that quote and put it on my business card. I'd frankly forgotten it was yours.
It's entirely possible.
It was, and anything's possible between you and I, as many know. But I think, you know, when I phrased that question the way I did because, you know, I think that the people are having a difficult time. First, I think there's a lot of people in our world that have a difficult time understanding how fundamentally important this idea, which is not an idea, it's a way of life, and that is to love, the act of loving. And not the huggy kissy, you know, that kind of, it's the love that is the emotion, the feeling, the fuel that makes a person do good things, right, as opposed to doing, you know, people who commit crimes are not doing it out of love. If anything, they're doing it out of just the opposite. But our world needs to be focused around this idea of love, and all five of you talk about it or four of you in such an incredible way. To make it something that even the most resistant among us can sit back and say, well, you know what, maybe they've got a point. Because if you can start to bring love into the way you think about yourself, I mean, the whole notion of loving oneself is not a far-fetched idea. But again, for a lot of adults, and particularly there's a lot of adults listening to our conversation, it's really hard to say I love myself because they sound like, you know, they should be hugging themselves or plastering their face on a mirror. But it's about what it does for us. It opens us up. It allows us to take risk, be vulnerable, and all out of the notion in whatever part of our life. And Jesse talked about his kids and his relationship with as a father, his children. We as leaders in particular, and you're all leaders, we serve people in every part of our lives. You know, we are providing a service, and it starts with providing the expression that Starla talks about with her students, to tell our students, I love you. And I'm sure they don't mind. Now, if it came from somebody like me or Steve Farber in front of my class, I might say, hold on a second, pal. But the idea of love. So now let's talk about a little more interesting part of this topic of love with this question. Why are people afraid to consider personal qualities or soft skills and acknowledge the role of feelings or emotions in their daily lives? Why is it difficult for people to do that? Jesse, let's start with you. What do you think? Yeah, because I thought you want to think about it a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complete assumption for me. I mean, it's tough for me to think about why people don't think this way. So, I mean, I could share my personal experience, but if you want to run to one of these amazing experts next to me that literally written the books on this, I'll come after that. How's that?
All right, I'll don't take your hat off. I'm coming back to you.
Yes.
Sparky, why
I
don't
would
you
love
start?
to. I would love to do this because there's a couple things that come up for me. In business, I was training leaders of a Fortune 100 company, and I sent them out at lunchtime. And I said, "I have a blue ribbon. Go out, honor people, and come back after the lunch and tell us what happened." And I will tell you that in the terms of not knowing what to do, one manager came back after and he said, "I went up and down in the elevator and spent the whole lunch hour in the elevator because I was terrified because I didn't know what to do and I was afraid I would be rejected." The other gentleman said he went downstairs and he honored the woman that when they check in and they get their badges in the morning. And he said, "I just wanted to honor you and give you this blue ribbon because you collect 2,000 coats every winter and give it to the homeless." And she said, "I thought you hated me." He said, "Why is that?" He said, "Because you're so grouchy when you come in every morning. You get your badge, you never say a word." And he says, "Oh no, I'm just thinking about the business." And all of a sudden they hugged each other. And he said, "From now on, I'm just going to give you a thumbs up and say, I'm glad to see you." And she said, "I'll do the same." And all of a sudden the culture by the way, they honored 1,000 employees with the blue ribbon. And they said the culture of the whole community changed because people started to see what they loved about each other. You can't always do that. And when you start something and you give people a tool, it's scary for people to acknowledge another person. It's intimate. But I'll just give you one more flavor of something that you brought up, and that is, it's in my book, Who I Am Makes a Difference, it's the mugger story. And I'll give you a quick picture. I was leaving at the end of a booksellers conference, and it was midnight, and I was with a colleague, and we're going for our parking to get our car in the garage when a man came up, tall man, big man, with a gun, and he wanted our money. She held her purse to her chest, and I pulled out a blue ribbon, and I said, "Sir, I want to, first, before I give you the money, I want to honor you. Not a lot of people can ask for what they want." And I said, "So who you are makes a difference." And I said, "Would you accept my gift?" And he kind of looked at me, and he put his gun down a little bit, and he shrugged his shoulders. I said, "May I have permission to place it on you?" And he said, "I guess." And I said, I placed it above him, and I said, "Now," I said, "it's important that I take the spark from my heart and put it in there so you can make your dreams come true. Get on with something that's bigger than that." I said, "You're so powerful. And here's 2 more ribbons to pay it forward." And so I never remembered that I did that. I was kind of channeling. But my friend told me, Diana Lumens, who's a very famous author, she stepped back and she said, "Did you see what you just did?" I said, "What?" She said, "The man put his gun down and walked backwards staring at you like he didn't know what the hell hit him." So I just want to say that love works.
Yeah,
And you
yeah,
teach the soft skills.
yeah, yeah. Steve, acknowledging the role of feelings in daily life.
Yeah. So part of that question was why is there resistance to it, and where does that come from? Again, I don't know that I had the definitive answer, but here's a theory. I think in the context of business, it likely started with the Industrial Revolution, because that's the first time we started to look at people as widgets or gears, cogs in the machine, and we started treating them differently. Whereas business before that was kind of mom and pop shops, and I don't think anybody ever asked if it's a family owned local business, cottage industry, whatever. I don't think people ever ask, well, what does love have to do with it? Because it's the same people that they live with. Mm-hmm. So I think we've kind of done this to ourselves, and there's some societal memory that says we've been conditioned to believe that love has no place in business, and therefore when folks like us come along and say no, it does, it feels a little twitchy to some people. But here's my experience with it. The question is, what do you do with resistance? What do we do with resistance? We've got this message of love in all aspects of our lives, including business. So what do you do when people say, nah, that's just a bunch of California touchy-feely hoo-ha crap? And in my experience, I used to feel like my job was to make a compelling case so I can convince people that love is actually a great thing from a business standpoint, let alone just your basic human need. And what I've realized is that's really not I have no interest in doing that. I'm not in the business of convincing people. I'm not in the convincing business. I'm in the confirmation business. And here's what I've noticed and why I say that. I can't tell you how many times over the years, and I think, Dennis, you're actually an example of this, where people read one of my books, heard me speak, whatever, and said, oh, that's what I think. That's how I feel. That's the impulse that I've had. That's the instinct that I've had. I just thought that I wasn't supposed to as a business person. Then they hear the message coming from an outside source, and it just emboldens them to step up and be more of who they already are. So it's not about converting people. It's about empowering or emboldening or inspiring people to step up and act from that very authentic place. And what I've noticed, and again, maybe this is why I am one of the reasons I'm a perpetual optimist, is because that's most people. That's most people. The people who just say, that's soft, fluffy stuff and it has no place other than with the select few people in my life, are a very small percentage. It's just, so again, I can't prove this, but here's my theory. I believe that most people already believe that love is good business. The problem is that most people don't believe that most people believe that love is good business. So we kind of hide. We hide in the shadows, in the corners. And when somebody comes along and says, hey, this is really about love. It's like, yes. And that's what makes it powerful. So where the resistance comes from, why it's there, I think that's all interesting to explore. But for us to acknowledge that there's less resistance than we think, as long as we're bold enough to be overt about this, and to help people understand what it looks like and what it doesn't look like, right? There's common sense in this. For example, I use the word, we all do, I use the word love in lots of ways. I love pizza. I love my wife. I love them very differently. When I should love and when I shouldn't. You're
digging a hole. You're digging a hole, Steve.
I know what it feels like. It's the pizza that I shouldn't love, by the way. I know what it feels like. It doesn't require a lot of dissection in terms of, well, what does it mean? What doesn't it mean? We know it when we experience it. What we have to do is get really good at applying it in a way that's appropriate and significant for the right context. So what love looks like in business is very different from what love looks like with our kids. There are similarities, there are differences, but we need to help each other sort that out. And I think most people are willing to do that work.
Yes.
Jesse.
I've got a chance to think about this question and now seeing the wisdom in this room. Let's just we have people that have experienced love in different ways. The wisdom in this room experienced it. And I know, Starla, you work with students. And everyone in our business starts as an intern pretty much right out of college. And their experience of love is different than what we have as we've grown older and had wisdom in this. And so I was thinking about why is there resistance? And one thing is because they don't know what is what there's expected of them, the way it's supposed to be. They don't know how love works in business and in life to an extent. They're still learning that. So we tried to break down that barrier. And when any intern starts with us, my wife and our president write a handwritten letter to the parents of the interns and say that we're going to take care of your daughter. We're going to take care of your son. They're in a safe place and make them feel good. We try to go through the parents to make sure they understand that we're going to take care of their kids. So that's a starting point. But still there's resistance. And I'll never forget a 22-year-old intern, Kiki, who started with us and had the biggest smile, but was so shy, so introverted, the exact opposite of me, just the exact opposite of me. So shy, but you knew she had a big smile. And we had to, I knew that I had to find an opportunity to get her out of her shell, to show what love is, and also be able to show that love that she has in her. And so I went to a crazy idea. I said during one of our games, I said, Kiki, I'd like you to sell beer during this game. And I know Steve went with pizza. I'm going with beer here. All right. So I said, Kiki, I'd like you to sell beer. She goes, beer? I'm a little, no, I don't think I can sell beer. And I go, just get into it. Just get animated and just show your personality. She's like, I don't know. All right. I'll try my best. And I'll never forget, halfway through the game, I'm walking through our concourse at our stadium, and I see this giant line outside this one beer station. And I see Kiki going, get tipsy with Kiki. And I'm like, whoa. And it was the most sales we've ever did in a beer station. It was the most tips anyone's ever got. And I said, Kiki, what was that? And she goes, I was just having fun. I go do that all the time. And then so the next day, she's answering the phone. Savannah Bananas, this is Kiki. She's getting up and greeting people. She became our director of first impressions. And she found that love, because I think a lot of time us as leaders, we need to create an environment that encourages love. Yes. And so we've taken it steps forward. Now our fans first director came to us and said, Jesse, let's have our entire team do the love languages. We need to know how to speak to them in the right way, whether it's quality time, whether it's gifts, whether it's words of affirmation. And we learned that 90% of our staff was words of affirmation. So go up, put your hand on their shoulder and tell them you're proud of them. You know, those little things matter. And we've seen, and I have numerous stories. So I think the resistance question you asked, it's because you need to be able to put them in an opportunity to feel the love and to show the love. Yes. And I think that's why, if they don't have that experience, they're not going to be able to overcome that. And that's why we try to create an environment where they can overcome that.
Yeah. And when we wrap up later on, we're going to talk about leadership. But I'll say right now that one of the things we all know that understand leadership and try to fill that role is that in order for us to be successful in motivating people, they listen to what we say and they watch what we do. And they have to be very authentic in speech and very authentic in their actions, and that goes very much to the notion of conveying what love as an emotion or feeling is all about and why it's such a good idea, and it's more fun than not being loved. Exactly. You know, to put it that way. We've got a great question from our audience that I'd like to, and Jesse, you may be first back up to say a few more things, so you kind of answered this question without me even telling what the question was. And the question is this: how do you encourage the use of the L word in the workplace? Jess, how do you encourage it?
You say it. You're okay with saying it. I mean, it's very simple. And you know what? I got to admit, I'm not tremendous at this. You know, I was still a guy trying to figure out love. My parents got divorced when I was a kid. My mother had a drug problem. My father fought hard to get me one custody. And I never saw my mother, but whenever I talked to her, she'd tell me how much she loved me. And I didn't understand that. So I never understood love tremendously well until I really got into business and around my wife and my kids. But the first time in business, I'll never forget, it was said to me by a 24-year-old who was with us for 3 years, started as an intern, and his father had passed away. And there was a hurricane in Georgia coming, but they were getting the wake in before the hurricane. I was up here in Charlotte. And I drove, I had to be there for that wake and be there for him. And it was funny driving down the highway, and I was the only one going this direction, and it was bumper to bumper going this way. It's like, what's wrong with me? But I got there, and as soon as I got there, I hugged him, and he just said, I love you, Patrick. I'll never forget it. He said it, and I'll never forget that moment. And I looked at him, and I got emotional, and he said it to me. And I think, you know, that opened up a whole relationship for us and opened up a whole relationship for our team. I'm not afraid to tell people when I leave on a day, I love you, Kara. I love you, Nick. I love you, Zach. I love you, Jared. And it opens up that conversation to be able to say it. And it was because a 24-year-old who's just with it for 2 years said it to me that he gave me the permission to say it to our team. And I think as a simple answer, if you want to make it happen more, you got to be open to say it.
Sparky?
Yes. So Jesse, thank you so much. I just want to say that in terms of love and bringing it to every kid and every home and every school in our entire community, I just want to share a story that I wrote, and it was in Chicken Soup for the Soul and wound up being #1 on YouTube for 10 weeks. And it was a long time ago, and I decided, how can we build community? And a teacher in New York, she honored every one of her high school students one at a time with a blue ribbon. And she told them how much she loved them. And she cheered them on for their dreams. And she gave them 3 extra ribbons and said, go into the community, honor people, and come back and tell us what happened. And that afternoon, a high school senior went to a junior executive, and he said he honored him for helping him with his career planning, and placed a ribbon above his heart and cheered him on for his dreams. And the student said, we're doing a class project on love and community building. I'm going to give you 2 extra ribbons. Would you honor somebody and then give them an extra ribbon to honor another? That afternoon, the junior executive went to his grouchy boss, and he honored him for being a creative genius and giving him a job, placed the ribbon above his heart and cheered him on for his dreams. And then he gave him the last ribbon and said, here, go and honor somebody and come back and tell me what happened, because this boy is doing a class project. And that night, the grouchy boss is driving home in New York traffic, and he's thinking, who am I going to honor? And he comes home, he sits his 14-year-old boy down on the sofa, and he looks at him and he said, son, I just want to tell you that who you are makes a difference, and I really love you. And he places the ribbon above the boy's heart, and the boy starts to sob, and he cannot stop crying. And he goes over to a drawer and opens the drawer, pulls out a gun, looks at his dad and says, I was planning on committing suicide tomorrow, Dad, because I didn't think you loved me. And now I don't have to. The student, the business changed because the father started to honor all of his employees, and then they honored their family members. And the story got back and was told in the classroom, and it landed in Chicken Soup for the Soul, and later made into a television movie. And I tell you that love is just the moment of just telling somebody that they matter, because they may not know it. And when you bring the fun into it and the passion, you make a big difference for our community, our country, our businesses, and the world.
Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Steve.
Yeah, I think it's the coming together of the language and the action. That, you know, I would say I would rather see people act in a loving way with each other than saying, I love you, man, and not doing anything different. So the words are powerful, but if we're not careful, if we get really good at using the words, you know, the word love, and we rely on it too much, and we kind of let ourselves off the hook from actually acting it out. So, for example, you know, on an enterprise level, a lot of times you see companies who know they're supposed to love their customers print the buttons and the banners that say "We love our customers," right? And everybody wears a button, and we love you. And that's nice. But it's the easy thing. I mean, it's easy to make love part of your marketing campaign and part of your brand, like, you know, famously Southwest Airlines has done, and Subaru and all that. But it's really about taking it to the more important level, which is acting on it. But sometimes the words get us closer to that, right? So, for example, I remember I gave a speech a number of years ago, and you know, we talked about this whole idea of love, of course. And I was we were on a break after my talk, and I was walking down the hallway in this hotel, and there were these 2 guys that had just been in the audience, and they were like, you know, screwing with each other. It's like, hey, love you, man, you know, love you, man, you know, like that, punching each other on the shoulder. And so that went on for a little bit, and then one of them stopped and he goes, yeah, but I really do. Yeah, but I really do. So they started with like kind of making fun of it, and it helped them transcend to the authentic part of it. So I think it's about holding each other to a higher standard. And, you know, a lot of times people, they're afraid to use the word love because of the baggage that's associated with it. You know, we live in a litigious society, and we have a lot of misinterpretations about using the language. So I would encourage people, it's not so much, how can I figure out an appropriate way to say the words I love you to the people I work with? I mean, it's great if it makes sense, but it's really more about getting to the question, what should love look like
Yeah.
in the way that we do business, and in the way that we run our team, and in the way that we communicate with each other at work and everywhere else.
Mhm.
And that's going to be different for everybody. That gives us the chance to make it very, very personal, because we all have our own ways of answering that question through our behavior.
Yeah, yeah, well said. I think that one of the things that I had a little bit to say about, and put a little LinkedIn video up right at the beginning of the pandemic, which is not real, by the way. That was a joke. That was humor. That was humor. Please, somebody laugh out loud. Jesse, that was funny. See, that's why Steve told me, don't use humor, Dennis. You're not good at it. So, but getting back to the serious thought, you can tell people all day long, love is a word. Steve talked about the action. A lot of you talked about doing something, and you can also do it by behaving in a certain way, by demonstrating that you care about people in ways that are discernible. They can, this guy really cares about us. He did this, and that, and he cares. And that's all leaders needed to do at the beginning of the pandemic, was simply let people that they lead know that they cared about. They didn't have to say, I love you, but it was an expression of love. But it happened to be the right word to use a term, and it's another one of our questions. How do you operationalize love in a workplace without getting a call from HR? Well, in some cases, you don't simply start saying wantonly, I love all of you. I love all of you, especially you people. I really love you people. Because again, that just undermines the sincerity, the honesty, the integrity. But there are other actions and words taken with those actions that can demonstrate that you understand, appreciate, and you value love. Like Sparky's, I make a difference. So good stuff. So what about the workplace, the HR thing? Anybody want to comment about the getting a call from HR around this whole notion of operationalizing love in the workplace?
I'd like to jump in right here, because one of the things that I feel hasn't been said is that if I don't love me, it makes it really difficult for me to love you. If I'm judging me, it makes it really difficult for me not to judge you. If I'm not forgiving of me, it makes it really difficult for me to be forgiving of you. And I think all of those qualities are necessary in terms of loving and expressing love. And I think by our own example, we show people how to do that. I always say my children taught me how to love. Why? They taught me how to love the unlovable. They taught me how to forgive the unforgivable. They taught me how to accept the unacceptable. They taught me these things because no matter what they did, I had to learn to love them anyway. And when you're talking about HR, a lot of the things we take to HR are really hurts. Our offenses, our disappointments, our feelings of rejection, et cetera, et cetera. But when I become my own self-validation and I walk into with a grievance, it's not so personal. It's more of, this is an issue. This needs to be changed, not just for me, but for the whole business industry. When I learn how to forgive me, then there are things that happen at work that are offensive. And sometimes you have to learn how to be the bigger person, or I don't even like that word, take the higher road, And when we have opportunities to understand that love is not just saying love you, but it's also an action word, it's a verb, and it's a choice. Can you love people who you don't like? Sure you can. Why? Because every human being deserves to exist.
Yep.
But there would be things about them that are not your cup of tea. And that's okay. It's your cup, it's your tea. I think it's important that we understand that when we're loving, there's a difference between loving and lusting. And I think that's where in HR it gets confused, because I can say I love you and I can say love you. You understand? It's how you do what you do and say what you say. I think that our young women and our young men and our people who are of different gender really need to understand that we have created a very sexualized version of love, and it's supposed to mean this, you're supposed to do that. Well, the reality is they're so confused, and they're telling me this because I'm still hanging out with them. They're so confused, they don't even know how to express love without touching, without kissing, without hugging, without purchasing something for somebody. So one of the activities I encourage is have people make a list of all the ways to show the love, and they can't buy anybody anything, they can't touch anybody, and they can't say, I love you. Because love needs to be seen. It needs to be modeled. And when you do that, you get it back. I mean, you become a love magnet. In my book, I Am My Own Self-Validation. One of the things that students say, that one of the validations that they say is like a thought eraser. And it just simply says, I am love.
That's right. And Starla, you knock our socks off. Let me just say how much we love you, because your authenticity and your brilliance and what you do is just smoking. And Jesse, I'm learning, so much from you. Steve and Dennis and I just wanted to say that you talked about HR. By the way, most people have never been loved. So they know how to punish. They know the punishment model, and they know how to point to what's not working and the fix-it model, but they don't know the possibility model, and they don't know how to shift it and feel it. And so in one of the HR companies that I'm working with, is a big company, and all of a sudden they said, I wished I had this when I was 8 years old.
Mm-hmm.
That when I come in and I talk to anybody in the company and the HR, they have a ribbon on their this was what they told me. They put a ribbon on their computer and they take it off, and they say, when they sit down, they say, tell me everything that you love about yourself now and what you're proud about and what are your dreams so I can empower and support it. And they just take the ribbon off and they just do it. I didn't tell them to do that. It's just it's innate. When you said, Steve, when you talk about everybody is really loving each other, and we just don't know how to express it sometimes. So I just want to bring that quality in. And the last thing I want us to say is that years ago, I went and did an assembly, which I do often. And I invite like 800 or 900 kids, and I'll say, if you've ever bullied anybody, hurt anybody, put anybody down, I'm going to ask you to step to the microphone, state your name, what you did, and apologize. If you've been harmed, get up here and tell everybody what it feels like to be put down and harmed. And they'll line up by 200-300. It was full page on LA Times, Union Tribune, covered by, 1,600 radio stations. And the kids would get up, and you didn't have to tell them what to do. They would get up and just say, I hurt this person. I bullied them. I'm so sorry. And that person would come up to the microphone and they would hug each other. And when you see that, all of a sudden, you can't teach love. You have to only be able to show it and give a platform where young people or adults, whether it's in business, at homes, in schools, communities, just give them a chance to show them how to love. And they'll do it every time, and they'll bring peace to this world.
Yeah. Yeah. Beautiful. Beautiful. Any last thoughts, Jess?
What?
I'm just honored to be with this group. I'm a crazy guy in a yellow tuxedo who likes to have fun, and fortunately, we've been surrounded by love. And how Steve and I connected, I was so in love with his book. I wrote him a thank you letter, and then had him come on my podcast, and we built it. That it made such an impact on our business to read that. So, and I'm so fired up to be able to connect with Starla and Grandma Sparky and Dennis and you guys as well. I've learned a lot from you today, and part of what gives me energy every day and love is creating, sharing, and growing. And you guys helped me grow today and give me the platform to create and share some more. So thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jess. Thanks for being here. And any other last words before we close this incredibly powerful hour?
I'm going to share my great Aunt Kate's last words, because it was armor for me all my life. And it was, child, you got to be your own self-validation. Everybody can tell you how great you are. If you don't believe it, fell on deaf ears. Everybody can tell you how loving you are, how beautiful you are. It doesn't matter until you believe it. And so I really, really say, you got to be your own self-validation. You become a love magnet then. My children gave me a birthday party, and they said the only criteria is we're only going to invite people who we know absolutely love you. And there were 195 people in the room. So, and they were from from my childhood all the way through my students.
Right.
And the beauty of that for me was it was my self-validation, but it was also the validation that when you love, you attract love.
What a perfect way to end this hour. Thank you so much. Audience, we're going to take a 5-minute break. You'll see the clock on the screen, and we'll be back for our next hour. And the topic is inclusion.
Love it.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. That's fantastic.
Jesse, I'm loving that yellow.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to meeting Jesse. I'm looking forward to meeting you guys. This is a blessing, by the way.
Absolutely.
We're really proud.
All right, buddy. I don't know about you, but I was overwhelmed by that first hour, and I'm as certain that these next 3 hours are going to be equally incredible for all of you that have the opportunity to listen to these incredible people that will be our speakers. So let's move into our second hour by introducing our speakers. Deb Martinez. Deb is the Chief Executive Officer for the Mission of Love's Charities in Washington, D.C. area. Deb has an extensive background as an association and not-for-profit executive, implementing and creating educational opportunities and collaborations with underrepresented and mainstream populations. She is committed to making the world a better place. Deb is joined by Jason Freeman, an author, speaker, and imperfect best coach. Jason would tell us that wherever he goes to speak to audiences of all types and in many different places, yes, he absolutely brings with 100% commitment his speech impediment. When he appears, he bears witness to living his dream. He helps us to see our dreams, that they are closer and more attainable than we might feel. The next speaker is Coach Jim Johnson, who helps business leaders and educators build championship teams. He certainly knows about leadership as a basketball coach for many years, but he also knows about the importance of inclusion told through the story of one of his high school basketball teams. Our next speaker in this hour is Glodine Champion. Glodine is a transformational leader and a motivational speaker. She works very hard in many roles to get to the root cause of culturally based challenges by transforming beliefs, behaviors, and assumptions. And lastly, Pierre Quinn. For the past 15 years, Pierre has taught higher education, faith-based, nonprofit, and corporate leaders the strategies they need to experience personal success and professional growth. I'm so honored to have all 5 of these folks with us for this second hour, and our topic is inclusion. Got a series of questions. It's going to be rapid fire. If you all are ready to go, then let's get at it. So here's the first question. I want to go around. Everybody answer this question if you could. So the question is, could inclusion simply be acknowledging that each human being is different from every other human being? Deb, could it be that simple? You're muted. You're muted.
It definitely could be. And I, first of all, I want to say thank you, Dennis, for allowing me to be here. I am also thrilled and appreciate this opportunity. I think that inclusion could be readily accepted if people were accepting of everything. You know, we tend to want to be not so pleasant to our everyday fellow man. And right now, where I'm currently working in the Mission of Love Charities, we see a population that nobody really wants to help, and that's the homeless. We have a large homeless population. So when you say inclusion, you know, I see all kinds of opportunities and how we can befriend and be nice. And I think it's not an easy answer, but it could be so easy and so accepting.
Good, thanks, Deb. Glodine?
Well, I would say yes, it is. And I'm trying to think about how to say this. I'm just going to say what came in my mind is that my mom told me that in order for me to be included, I have to first feel like I belong. So it was really important that she took me to places so that I learned how to feel like I belonged wherever I was. Because she said, anywhere that you are, that you want to be, you should be there. So I think it starts with recognizing that you belong in the space that you're in, and owning it. And then people will willingly, I don't know. I think people will willingly accept you if you walk into a room like you own it. That's what I'm going to say based on my experience. Because I think everybody, I mean, this is our basic need to feel included. And I think like dogs recognize when someone's afraid, and that's the person that they go to. I think when people walk into spaces where they don't feel welcome, it's almost like you're inviting people to bring up the worst part of themselves. But when you walk in like you own it, people want to know who you are. And I think confident, I don't know. I think that's what I'm trying to say in the shortest way possible. And thank you, Dennis, for having me here.
Oh, I'm glad you're here, Claudine. Totally glad you're here. Jim, what do you think? Is it simply acknowledging human beings are different from each other? You're muted, Jim. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Okay. Ironically, because the most joyous night I ever had in coaching basketball for over 3 decades was actually the anniversary is today, 16 years ago. And
Wow.
I learned a lot from a young man that was on the autism spectrum. And about the importance of inclusion, because we all do have differences, but we also have a lot of fundamental sameness. And I think that's something we've got to be aware as leaders, is that the people definitely have differences, but we all have things like wanting to be accepted and wanting to be loved from your last session that are so essential. So including people is something that's really powerful, and it's something that we have to understand, that we do have differences, but we also have a lot of the sameness, and we have to respect all people.
Good. Very good. Pierre.
I think it's simple, but simple doesn't always mean easy, right? Like, I think it's simple, but I don't think it's always as easy as we frame it, for a couple of reasons. One, it's hard for me to project toward other people something I don't fully believe about myself. I want to connect to what Claudine was saying. In part of my background in the ministry space, I found in congregational leadership and dealing with people in a church environment, some of the harshest people to deal with were the ones that were super rigid towards other people. And they were super rigid towards other people because there was a part of themselves that they did not love and accept.
Mm-hmm.
So I think as a baseline, it could be as simple as acknowledging that we're all different. But I think to move it forward, we have to come to a place where we accept our own individual differences and uniqueness, and say that it's valid for me to share that with the world. And once I begin to embrace that, I think I can do a much better job of embracing the differences and different people around me.
Good. Well said. Jason.
Well, everyone has says such beautiful things about this important subject. I would add that I think it's inclusion is a more obligation, but also it's important to realize that inclusion is in our own best interest. We feel better when we include other people and include ourselves. It feels painful to isolate and say, no, I'm not talking to you because you're different, or no. But when we are open and find that strength in ourselves, like everyone else is saying, to really include all parts of ourselves and how we experience ourselves, then we exude that. It just is connective, and great conversations are born like the conversations Dennis has created today.
Good. Thanks, Jason. So, one of the things that I've said fairly often, actually, and I think it touches on several things that have been said, and that is the answer to this question. And the question is, what is one thing that each and every person attending this event today on screen right now has in common with every other person? And Jim used the word sameness. I would use the phrase to say that we are different from each other. And that is something we have in common. And I think that just gets us to the door and opens the door to thinking about why inclusion does not have to be a problem, as it is for a lot of folks. So my next question is why does this seeming reality divide us? This whole notion of inclusion, why does it impair relationship and act as a source of unhappiness? Why is that happening? Glodine, let's start with you. Why is that happening?
I'm going to go back to what I initially said, that when people, well, actually, it's what the previous panel said about loving yourself. Everything that we do, everything that drives how we show up in the world starts with how we see ourselves, how we value ourselves, how we love ourselves. And so if you didn't grow up in a home where you heard I love you, where you felt that you were loved, it's a lot easier to pick at and find reasons to dislike someone else. But when I go back to just kind of the upbringing that I had and the fact that my mother put me in a position where I was the only Black person in a lot of white spaces. And, I was uncomfortable initially, but the more I was in those spaces, the more comfortable I got. And now it doesn't matter where I am. I feel like I belong there because I know that I belong in the world, that I know that I have love. I know that I'm the love that I want to see in the world. And so I think that helping people connect with themselves and love themselves will begin to start transforming the way that we interact with each other, because there is so much beauty in our differences. There's so much power in us being able to connect in spite of our differences, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think you take to the necessary higher level. The old conversation, recently, was around a word that we call diversity, and yeah, I know, I agree.
Sorry.
I'm seeing the smirks. I'm seeing all the smirks around that word. It's a beautiful word in all the wrong ways, but inclusion takes us to a different place, and it's also a higher challenge and a higher calling. Pierre, what are your thoughts about this issue of how it divides us and makes things more difficult?
Well, when you look at marketing, it's the reality is that it sells. Division sells. Fear of missing out sells. And sometimes it's a struggle for us because we come to the place where we're not comfortable or even content with, because my experience is not yours, that does not mean I necessarily have to have your experience in order for me to be valid. And it happens all the time. Your neighbor gets a new car. There's something about you that looks at your car. You say, I don't like it as much. A friend moves into a new house. You look at your apartment or your townhouse and you say, I don't like it as much. So we live in a world that has really leveraged and found a way to monetize this feeling of being different and other than, instead of us coming to the place where I'm okay with my differences and I respect and validate your differences without the diminishing of my own. So there's a lot of money being made as we look at the differences that we all have.
Really great observation. Deb, what are your thoughts?
I'm actually quite impressed with what Pierre said, because I was thinking similarly. I had a strong mother, and growing up, we grew up in a very diverse neighborhood, a lot of military families. But I have to say, he nailed it when he said, you just look at other people and you say, oh gosh, why don't I have that? And, why does he get this? And, well, gosh, I don't like my shoes that I have on today because she's got on Ferragamos and I don't have those. And so I think the other piece of this is that we have to be happy with ourselves. We have to be strong within our own self and understand that each and every one of us has something to be added to society, to humanity. I think we've lost that so much, and it's so hard to try to even get it back. I think COVID has just exacerbated how we feel so different. And we all should realize no one wants COVID, but people that get it, how are we going to address it? And how are we going to treat people like they're not the plague and try to help them and be more humanistic and be more objective to what their needs and thoughts are. I just have to say, Pierre, that. I mean, I've seen that every day since the time I was 8 years old and can remember. Someone get a new car. My dad wanted a new car. Someone get a new house. Oh, we need to move to a bigger house. Instead of just being really happy with what you have and trying not to be so competitive, but to be appreciative.
Mhm.
I have to say that.
I've got to say, I keep hearing the blue ribbon coming in my mind. You know, who I am makes a difference. Who I am makes a difference. I think it's such an incredibly powerful thought.
Absolutely.
Jim, what are your thoughts on this question? I want you to, if you can, relate this to, because I think this, one of the reasons I thought you'd be wonderful having this conversation is based on where you had your career, and in particular, the story of that young man that you came to know, and who did some miraculous things in a basketball game. And I really think it's helpful to think about that when we talk about inclusion. So share your thoughts around that, if you could.
Sure. So my first thought is I think as a person, and a few of the others addressed this quite well, is that, what are your most important core values? And for me, one of my most was that I really took a lot of pride in respecting all people. And then secondly, is that because my expertise was putting together teams. I coached for over 30 years, and the huge thing is when you're putting a team together, you're looking for differences. You're looking for different strengths and how you can use the strengths of each particular person on the team to, the word is synergize. The whole is bigger than the sum of the parts. And I think that's something that you're really trying to develop, in building a team, is how can I use the various differences of the people on the team to then synchronize to make it a even better team. And as a leader, I think that's really, really important. Share very briefly, the story Dennis mentioned is I had a young man named Jason McElwain that's on the autism spectrum. And he tried out for our team 3 consecutive years and did not make it, but he served as our team manager. And the thing that I really learned from Jason was that, first of all, I wanted to have him part of it because he deserved to be part of it because of all his time, his commitment, his caring and love for his fellow teammates. And he wanted to do anything to help us become a more effective team. And that was a great lesson I learned. Here's a young man that never actually played until our final home game, the senior year. That became a very magical night that blew up all over the world. But the greatest lesson is that Jason deserved to be part because he can contribute with his differences.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Jason, the imperfect coach. What are your thoughts?
It's I love how Jim says that on a team he looks for differences. And I found as an individual that lesson has been so hard for me to get, especially when I was young. Like as a teenager, I hated having a speech impediment and coordination differences. Just hated the fact that every time I spoke, there was difference within me, and so much healing has come into my life from understanding that I can share the difference I am and be proud of my voice, and it helps people in a certain way. It's not about me just speaking up because that's my voice and it's my right to speak up. It's about me sharing this voice because it's a difference, and it adds something to the conversation. So So, like we've all been, or a lot of us have been saying, it's kind of inclusion is so much inside job inside of each one of us, and yet at the same time doing everything we can to welcome others into the game, into the conversation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, beautifully said. I don't even notice your speech impediment anymore. So if that matters, I just I hear your words and I feel your emotion, and I think it's a beautiful thing, and that's why you're a powerful voice to so many people, my friend.
When you say that, Dennis, you're kind of stomping on my brand, but that's okay.
I'm sure that humor was probably Steve Farber approved humor. That's a good thing. Yeah, well said, my friend. Well said. All right, so let's move on to another question. This conversation is incredible. Why? Maybe these questions are so straightforward. Why is inclusion vital to society? Why is it so important? And we're having such a difficult. Why is it so important, Glodine?
Because we came here on this planet to be connected. And somebody figured out that we shouldn't be connected. We should be divided for some dumb reason. But if you notice, and I'll use my experience in Ghana as an example. So in Ghana, soccer, I think a lot in Europe, soccer is a big thing, right? Europe and Africa. So when Nigeria and Ghana play each other, it's like volatile in the stands, right? They're fighting against each other and for the sake of the sport. But then when it's over, everybody comes back together, right? It's as if we don't have opposing teams that are gonna divide us. Mm-hmm. And I use that as an example because in the States, we've got football fans. And just like with politics or religion or any other thing that is intended to divide us, we're so staunchly attached to that thing that has nothing to do with us. Nothing about football is going to move us forward as humanity, right? But it's like we hold on to these things as if they matter so much. And again, I go back to, if people loved themselves, then the thing that would be most important was that they could be the love they want to see, be the love they want to see in the world. And then in spite of our differences, in spite of our sports teams or religion or politics, we could still love each other and care about each other enough that inclusion would just come naturally. Why is it that people can go to a party and have a great time and none of those things that divide us is on the table until somebody mentions it, and all of a sudden you go from having a great time to now you don't want to talk to that person anymore? And I say one of the things that we need to do as human beings is when we get into a space with someone and we may not necessarily, we're having a great time and then something comes up that maybe flicks our ear or makes us feel uncomfortable, stay in the conversation. I just drove cross country from California to Georgia, and I talked to people about love along the way. And unfortunately, some white people feel the tendency to other me when they talk. They remind me that I'm Black, as if I didn't remember that when I woke up. And some people were on a political different side than I am. But what I recognized is if I just stay in the conversation, the magic that happened on the other side of it was so beautiful. And now I got to figure out a way to teach other people to do this, because we got to get over this. This is nonsensical. It is 2022. And I thought by now we'd be living like back in the future. Remember when Marty went into the future and they were like driving, hover cars and everybody was getting along except for Marty and his friend. Maybe Back to the Future wasn't a good example. But just the fact that 2022 should not feel like 1965 or 1960 or 1950. How did we go backward? And they say if you don't learn from history, you'll continue to repeat it. So I think the history that we need to learn has nothing to do with the the racial history, but the history of who we are as humanity and why we are here on this planet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well said.
All right, I'm gonna stop now.
Nobody's. No, this is all good. I'm having a heck of a good time. Pierre, what are your thoughts? Why is inclusion vital?
When you consider this panel, this hour, and then the previous one, right? The amount of synergy and interaction that we saw in the first hour, and the amount of synergy that we're experiencing here in this second hour, does not happen unless people feel like they belong here. It just doesn't happen. And when you think from a societal perspective, this is the reason why we're not getting the best out of people. We're not getting the best. We're not maximizing value. We're not prioritizing relationships because we have these paradigms, be it driving across country, and ending up in a place where you don't exactly feel welcome, managing a program, giving a presentation and someone pointing out your differences. We have these moments where we don't feel like we belong, or we don't feel like we're supported. We don't feel like we're safe. We have whole HR departments managing these tensions. And the more we don't embrace the fact that we need to continue to model and create opportunities for people to feel like they belong here, and the more we're going to have these paradigms where we never get the best out of each other.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Isn't it interesting that the latest buzz acronym is DEI? If they just flipped a couple of letters, what they're really doing is something quite different. Just move that E up one spot, and you've changed the entire meaning of that, and then you got a real problem on your hands, because we're trying to move forward by looking backward. And I think that, but it satisfies somebody's objective. It's a goal. It's this, it's that, but it doesn't necessarily do anything to bring about the healing of the bridges and opening up the paths to a better way of thinking and feeling about one another. Deb, your thoughts?
Well, I was thinking about what you guys were saying, and I thought about my first interaction on a college campus and seeing all of the different people and the interracial people and the kids that were coming from overseas, and just the element of we're here at a higher learning educational opportunity, and you see people from everywhere. And you come from I came from DC, and even though DC is a large city to a large degree, it's small and small-minded. To be honest with you, it's very small-minded in a very specific manner. Surrounded by Prince George's County and Montgomery County and parts of Northern Virginia. We didn't even go to other areas growing up that much, even though we could have, because my mother was the type that would take us. But when I got on a college campus and I began to see people, and I said, oh my gosh, look at this. This is just so wonderful. And I agree with Glodine that in 2022, we've not grown that much to just want to accept people. When I was 18 and walked on this campus, I didn't really look at color like, unfortunately families teach you, or, race to that degree. But I said, this is something that is just amazing. We're all here to get this education and to learn more and to appreciate more and to understand. And then you grow up and you have children and you're married, and you say it's 2022 and we're still at the same steps, when we really have to take a step back and say, if today one of you all on this call knows that I need a kidney, I'm going to certainly ask for it. I don't care what your race is. And that's part of what I look at when I look at why we are so separate and not together. Why we can't be more friendly and loving and treat people with respect and honor. We don't even respect our elders. And we were raised to, that elders had, you would say, oh, grandma's in there talking. But I just think we've lost so much, and we've got to gain some of this back to give it back to our children and our grandchildren. I can really say that I sometimes sit back and think, what happened to those days of people from African nations, Asian countries, European countries, South America, going to college, and how we looked at it and how we fared well. It's just, I just think we have to look at how we can do better as humans, and how we can do better in our lifetimes.
Yeah.
And that's what I have to say.
Yeah, and I'd say that many conversations like this can only be helpful if they're presented.
Opening the door to just having some type of free space, and I think that's what a lot of the younger kids, 18 to 24, that kind of feel a little lost, or they're experiencing COVID, and being set in their homes and not knowing what to do. The only thing they have is these cell phones,
Mhm.
these gaming and all that, and they have to learn to start talking to one another. I mean, they have to start learning to really engaging in people as humans and not as machines,
Yeah. Yeah.
and feeling that they are somebody, and that someone is going to listen, and that we do care about them.
Yeah. Jason, why is inclusion vital to society, my friend?
It's vital on a macro level because like to solve the problems of today, just like the problems of yesterday were solved by groups of people, all types of people. No one person solved all the problems of the 1940s or the 1950s, or no one person ever solves all the problems. So to innovate solutions, we must include each other on a macro level. And on a personal level, I mean, I could have lived a life if I wasn't included in life, if classmates in grade school and high school didn't include me, if people in the workplace didn't include me, if I wasn't included on summits like this, if I wasn't given a chance to speak to audiences, my life would have been very, very small and very lonely. Inclusion, in a large measure, has saved my life. I'm so grateful, and I do my imperfect best to pay the gift of inclusion forward, and I'm still learning every day more about including other people, and I'm not always great at it. Sometimes I'm egocentric and focused on my own thing, but I'm trying.
I think just keep it up. You're doing a pretty good job. That's all I got to say. Jim, what do you think? Why is it vital? Why are we talking about it?
I think it's vital, in society, for the world, going back to the team dynamic. Our core value, or one of our major core values, was we over me. And, to illustrate that, going back to that game, when J-Mac entered the game, we had some real turmoil during the season. And even though the players had liked him, one of the things we always talked about, we over me, is how can we shine the light on each other? And my proudest moment, for those that don't know the story, Jason actually got in the game and ended up, when the smoke cleared, he scored 20 points in less than 4 minutes, including 6 3-pointers. And it was certainly amazing. But you know what? One of the things that warmed my heart the dearest was I had never asked the players on the floor to pass Jason the ball, yet in those last 4 minutes, they passed the ball to him every time. As I've kidded people, when I still see Jason a lot, and I say, Jason, when are we going to get your first assist? You didn't pass the ball once. But I think the beauty of that is the fact that our players were willing to shine the light on him that night, and he had a beautiful night. And then 3 weeks later, Jason's dream was to be part of a Section 5 championship. And at that point in my career, we had never won one. And 3 weeks later, we ended up winning. But the ironic thing is, Jason had to go back as our team manager, yet he embraced that. And the beauty of that is, we've been interviewed hundreds of times since that game. And Jason is often asked, like, what was the best thing about your senior season? And of course, they are anticipating that he's going to talk about his game. And he says, winning the Section 5 championship. And the funny part is I was fortunate to be, after that year, I ended up winning a number of championships. And people ask me what was the best thing about my coaching career. I say Jason's game. So that just gives you a perspective of the ability, and I think inclusion is so important when we talk about using that concept of we over me and how can we shine the light on other people.
Yeah. A question, a couple of thoughts and questions from one of our panelists from the first hour, I think need to get into this conversation mix. The first question is, do you believe that ethnic studies, learning about each other, can help with inclusion? Is one question. Pierre, what about you? What do you think? Can that help?
I used to teach college freshmen. And after a couple of years of teaching a intro to communication course, I noticed a pattern. Students would come into the classroom, sit in the same seat every class period, and navigate that 50 minutes as best as they could. It was one particular semester I said, I'm going to change things a bit. So I told the students every single class period, and this lasted for or maybe about a month or so. I said, every single class period, you have to sit in a different seat. I need you to see the room from a different perspective. And I need you to sit next to a different person. Well, that went on for a couple of weeks. And I noticed as they were changing seats, no one was really talking to each other. So they had the policy part of what I was suggesting down, but the action transformation part wasn't taking place. So I remember coming into class one day and just standing there. And they were asking me, so what are we going to talk about today? And I said, I'm not going to talk about anything, but you're going to talk to each other. And they looked at me like, what do you mean? I said, well, you've been sitting in a different seat, seeing the room from a different perspective and being next to different people for the past month. You haven't had really a lot of conversations I haven't told you to stop talking one time over the past month. Mm-hmm. So this class period and the next class period, we're going to practice this is an intro to communication course. We're going to practice talking to each other. And the dynamic of the course changed because they took a few moments to get to know each other. And when that happens, I've done this in corporate environments as well. I actually did it with a client a couple of months ago. When they start sharing stories, they realize just how similar they were. Different majors coming from different parts of the world, different socioeconomic status, different perspectives and worldviews. But as they started sharing stories, I watched over the next several weeks the class grow closer together and to really do some amazing work, all because they were talking to each other. Communication was actually taking place. We were learning about backgrounds and experiences and challenges and realizing, like Glodine said, we're all here to connect with each other. And there's a lot of spaces where we just don't do that. We're working, we're interacting, we're passing each other, but we're not connecting. And connecting necessitates that I learned a piece of your story and where you come from.
That's terrific. A thought comes to mind. Do you think that, and this may be generational, but do you think that some folks just rest on a form of bias by simply saying to themselves, if not uttered out loud, you don't look like me? Glodine?
Yes.
I know you have something to say about this.
I'm just going to say yes. And again, I go back to self because I like that drive I took cross country. I didn't look like a lot of people that I talked to. I think individually, people want that connection, right? When I went up to total strangers and said, can I talk to you about love? you know, a couple people said, what kind of love? Like they wanted the clarification. But when I said agape love, like the love we should have for one another, they were like, yeah. And everyone agreed. So I don't think that individually, again, if people feel like you actually care enough to talk to me and you want to hear what I have to say, it doesn't matter that we're different. And I'm, you know, people that know me, I'm talking to total strangers, but those who don't know me, I'm 6 feet tall. So I've been told that I have a commanding presence. So if I'm talking to somebody that's, you know, 5 feet tall and they're learning about Black people is that we're violent and scary, talking to me made whatever perceptions they may have had fall by the wayside. And I could tell because they stopped focusing on our differences. We found commonality in the conversation, and then it didn't even matter that I was 6 feet and they were 5 feet and I'm Black and they're white.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the South and I'm from California. Like all the things that could have differentiated me in those spaces fell by the wayside. So my long answer to that question is yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Jim, any thoughts?
I think the power of learning, the more that we can learn about each other and build relationships is so powerful in building, you know, teams, organizations, and therefore getting to know each other. And I think one of the best things that we can do as people is be willing to ask questions and focus on listening and learning more about each person. And once you get a more appreciation of where this person came from, a different background, you know, what are they all about? We used to do that as a team wraparound, you know, tell us something about you that no one knows about. And we would get some really interesting dialogue about that. But boy, the more that people opened up and realized that, yes, we have different backgrounds, we have different ideas, but, you know, let's unite and really show that we care about each other by learning more about each other. And to me, that's the power of asking questions and being willing to listen.
Yeah. Deb, thoughts?
I'm going to say that in my 8th grade science class, which I hated, and I never forget this man's name, Mr. Black, who was a science geek, used to say to me and to the whole class, the only way you will make a change is to learn and to listen and to be appreciative. I thank Mr. Black to this day for teaching us that.
Mm-hmm.
He opened up the door for us to, first of all, 8th graders, 34 8th graders in a class was like hell on wheels. And this man took us every day and taught us science. Dennis, you know, I've worked with engineering for half of my career.
Mm-hmm.
I probably wouldn't have even thought of that had I not stopped, learned, and listened. And in that listening, we would talk about other kids, what you did for the summer, what you did for the weekend. You know, it's just you sit back and you look and you say, wow, who made a big change in my life? Mr. Black was a very short African-American teacher. We were in a totally, basically minority school, but you know, we did have Caucasian teachers, but I have to say that man changed my life in school because I had no intention of listening to him. I had made it my mind not to listen, but I ended up appreciating him and school from that point on. So I do think it has a lot to do with listening, learning, and then expressing and having a better relationship with your fellow man.
Gosh, we sound pretty wise, don't we? You know, it's but I know, because I know all of you, at least a little bit, if not a lot, that you're not reading words off a piece of paper. That these are not only things that you know about, but you also have feelings about them. And I think that's what's so powerful. One of the other questions that Starla posed here, which we've been talking about already, but I'll pose it anyway. We've got a little bit of time. How do we transcend the myths, lies, stereotypes that we've learned about each other? And I put them all under the caption of unconscious and other forms of bias. And the unconscious bias is the one that's so damaging because we didn't even know it was happening to us from birth all the way into adulthood. How do we transcend all that stuff? What is it just listening, or is there more an active thought or strategy you may have to try to deal with that? Pierre, let's start with you. I used to go to Glodine, but she's controversial.
She was ready though. She was forming. I was
ready.
She was.
Yeah, I know. It's the other reason why I didn't go to you right away. Sorry. In this world that we live in right now, and it's so, I think it's so much easier to do this than maybe in years past. It's easy for me to see your profile, to see Jason's profile or Jim's profile or Deb's profile, and click on it, on LinkedIn or on Facebook or whatever you're watching this, and say, hey, I was intrigued by what you said. I'd love to sit down and hear more of your story. I'd love to everybody does, right? All of us click on my link and get a free 15-minute discovery call or free 30-minute consulting session, all the stuff that we say and do on our websites. I think part of that being more intentional is recognizing where I, as an individual, may have a bias, may have a disadvantaged point of view. And then what are the steps? And the steps are, who can I talk to really check my bias? I have a difficult time with basketball coaches, and recognizing that for some of us, it is related to a negative past experience with one person that we've put into a particular profile. So I don't like basketball coaches because my 8th grade basketball coach was a complete jerk. So anytime I see the word coach or I see a basketball, I just freak out. That could be the case. And to say, what was it? Is it really all coaches, or is it just that negative experience? And you know what? I'm going to take a vulnerability chance. And I see this coach, Jim Johnson. I'm going to reach out to him, and I'm going to get his story and get his perspective and test my hypothesis. Sometimes we're not as willing to test the hypothesis. And so we put people into those stereotypical buckets, all people, all things, all situations, which all of us know is never the case. Jim, I would like you to talk next, but I don't think you have to have a rebuttal opportunity there. So I'm going to go to Glodine first and see what's on her mind. Glodine?
I was good. Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. 2 things. One is that I don't really believe in unconscious bias. And here's why I'm going to tell you that. Our bodies are wired to connect with each other. So when we do something that is biased consciously, we feel it. And I think anyone who has ever, I'll use myself as an example. When I was a hiring manager, there were times, I will admit, where I looked at someone's name and made a decision based on how I thought that they would be included into the environment that I was working in. But it didn't feel good doing that. And I know that I'm not the only person having made a decision like that for whatever reason, good or bad. You feel it inside. So I think that, again, it goes back to us being willing to stay in conversations, being willing to, like Pierre said, recognize that if you don't have a personal experience, and I can only use the Black experience because that's the skin I live in, and I know the stereotypes and the myths and the lies that represent who we are as a collective people. But if you haven't had a personal experience with a Black person or a person of color, then you can't really say that that group of people. I'm trying to not go down this rabbit hole. So give me a second. So here's what I'm going to say. Here's what I'm going to say really succinctly. Back to what I said earlier. Stay in the conversation. Take opportunities to meet people that are different than you are. Read your history. I think the first part of this is that people need to understand, especially in the Black experience, our experience didn't start in slavery. There were Africans before there were Africans enslaved in America. So I think that understanding who we were before we came to this country and then who we became after slavery far outweighs the negative impact that we have been kind of produced into society. And then the other thing is, I think this will help us come together even more, is that we need to also recognize and accept that some stereotypes are true and accept and embrace that. Because if we do that, then they stop stigmatizing us and making us react in a negative way, right? Ice Cube once said that fried chicken is a stereotype, but I like fried chicken. Basketball is a stereotype, but I like basketball. So just embrace those parts of us that are true, because it's a way for us to connect. Did that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Are you done now?
Well, let me see. No, I'm kidding.
Deb, what do you think?
Well, that's kind of, I got to look at that in several ways. Stereotypes they're just what they are. I mean, I come from such a different background of multiculturalism and diversity. So, I've been called everything but a child of God. So, and by the best, may I say, by the best. So, I've had enemies in both sides, from Caucasians as well as African Americans, as well as people from other countries, so I just look at life a little differently. You either accept or you can't. And, it is, unfortunately, it just, to me, biased, you're just, to a large degree, you're not going to change everybody. But if you can change that one person, it makes a difference. And I unfortunately, you can try as much as you want to, but I say go to the next one and say, hey, let's try to start from the beginning. And you know what? Let's remember when you were kids and you take the little pin and your next door neighbor would be your blood sister because you took blood and put it to each other. That was fun. And my next door neighbors were white. So, I didn't have a problem. So, but I will say there were families in our block that didn't like us. And, let's be straight, I'm a fair-skinned African-American, and that was frowned upon by a lot of Caucasians in our area. They could take up the brown-skinned kids a little bit different. But I say we have to get past that, because I'm going to again say I have blood just like everybody else. And if someone needs something and I can help them, I get past that point. So I don't really, and I thank my mother for that. I have to say, I thank my mother, who is biracial, and she had a white father and a black mother, and she was born in the early 30s. So imagine what she went through to raise children and nieces and nephews to be all successful. So I just look at life in that manner. And she used to say, you're not going to change everybody. But if you change that one person, then you've done something good. Otherwise, she would say, shut up.
Yeah. Coach Jim, you and Jason get last thoughts in this hour. What are your last thoughts on our
Well,
hour?
stereotypical is, in dealing with stereotypes is, and because I came from the sports world, is that you look at, you just really have to be open to giving people the chances and seeing what their talents like. I mean, for many years it was said, African Americans or black people can't play golf. Well, there's this guy named Tiger Woods, and I think he kind of changed that perspective for a lot of people. So I think we got to learn from that history. Then, you go to recent right now, the Super Bowl. In the NFL right now, a wide receiver is predominantly played by African American players for the most part. And, white guys aren't supposed to be able to play wide receiver. Well, the MVP of the Super Bowl was a white wide receiver, Cooper Kupp. So I think that it's just really that we have to learn perspectives on the fact that, that we really got to be open that, there's no real stereotype, the sense that, that person can't break that barrier. And we've got to be open to that.
Yeah. Thanks, Jim. Jason, you got the last word, my friend.
Cool. Can I just read off my closing remarks, Dennis?
Sure. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, really good. So
He has no sense of humor, folks. None whatsoever.
I love Jason.
So listening to people who are different than us to get through our own biases is important, but also along with listening, I think what is often missed is we have an opportunity to ask people questions that help propel the conversation deeper. We can ask questions about the weather and surface questions for hours on end and never have a deeper conversation with someone. But if we can ask inspired questions and listen to the response and follow up with more inspired questions, wow, and they reciprocate, and wow, that can be a great conversation that starts shattering individual stereotypes all over the place, and that's really exciting.
Perfect. Well said, my friend. Thanks all of you for this very powerful hour on inclusion. Audience folks, I hope you're enjoying yourselves. We'll be back in 5 minutes with our third subject, social justice. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I don't know about you, but it's kind of hard to believe we're already entering hour number 3. This has gone by so quickly, and I know it's because of the incredible speakers that have been sharing their thoughts with you during these first 2 hours. Let's move into our third hour, where our topic is social justice. I'm glad to bring back to the panel for this discussion Deb Martinez, Glodine Champion, and Pierre Quinn. Joining them is Frank DeAngelis. Frank is the retired principal of Columbine High School. He was the principal of Columbine 20 years ago when tragedy struck the students and families of the Columbine community. He continues to serve by telling the story of that day and its aftermath, a message he carries with him wherever he goes across the United States, Canada, and Europe. It's so good to see you all. Welcome back to the folks that just came from that last session. Are you going to be okay for this session, or is Frank and I going to have to carry the whole hour by ourselves? All right, good. That was the right answer. I heard nothing. All right, good. And just remember, and this is for the benefit of the audience, that the folks that don't know me, I do have a bit of a sense of humor, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But if you don't quite get my humor, send me an email and I'll write you an explanation, whatever you didn't think was funny. That's all I can say. And this is a small community. We're like family here. So I'm not trying to treat this as some big audacious event. It's just a conversation with some incredible people. So let's get to it. First question. I'm going to start with Frank because he's fresh. He's fresh into the room. What does social justice mean to you, Frank?
Social justice to me means where everyone is created equally and treated fairly. I think that's so important that we hear about social justice, but depending on who you are, it doesn't necessarily happen. And I think that's the most important thing. We hear a lot of rhetoric, but I think what I've learned this morning and this afternoon from so many is we can speak the words, but it's carrying out the action. And that social justice piece is so important. And I think the thing that worries me, and I'm old, and I know Glodine talked about what it was like during the 60s, and I grew up during that time and during the Vietnam War, and our country was divided. But I don't know if you've ever been this divided. And it really bothers me over so many issues. And what scares me right now more than anything is we could disagree with people, but we don't even take the time to listen to them. And that's bothering me. And it's my goal to change that. And so social injustice is, we all live in America, but we're all not treated equally and fairly.
Yeah. Good. Glodine, what does it mean?
I don't know that I like that word social justice so much because of the justice aspect of it, which includes the political and the judicial, which, yeah. So I feel like it should be social harmony that we're driving toward, because then that means we've looked past all of those differences and we are connected to one another from the heart instead of from the head. I think that's what I was trying to say. Is social justice puts you more in a head space, and social harmony puts you in a heart space. And I think that's the thing we should be fighting for, is social harmony. And then the justice part will work itself out.
Okay. Pierre?
I think there's a tension and even referencing what Glodine was saying, there's a tension in how do we outline what justice is? And even in our pursuit of justice, can we move unjustly? I think there's a huge tension there. I recognize, what Frank said about this idea we're all created equally, and we should have, when you look at the dictionary definition of social justice, this idea that we should all have equal access to the things that sustain life. I think the challenge for a lot of us is, if you Google social justice issues, you'll come back with hundreds of pages, at least according to Google, of challenges that we face in our culture and in our society. And I think it's a struggle of determining what issues, what challenges, what differences am I going to key in on and make a difference on? And do I really believe that it's possible to create an environment where people are together on those particular things.
Yeah. Yeah. Deb, what is it? I mean, you're dealing with people that have nothing.
Exactly. And so I want to say that when you actually look it up in the dictionary, it says just social justice in terms of distribution of wealth, opportunities, and privilege within a society.
Mm-hmm.
So you come here to the Mission of Love Charities. I want you guys to know the majority of our members that come here and clients are Vietnam vets. Okay. None of them should have to come here and get food, referrals for medication, therapy sessions. They should be treated with the utmost respect. And unfortunately, they're not. Most of them are homeless, need help. And I have to say, I love working here. I've committed to come here to make a big change. And I appreciate the county executive's office and our county council and my board chair and my board, because they really are helping us make a change. So when you want to say social justice, let me tell you, I see children that come here that don't have shoes and it's wintertime. This is the United States of America. I want to know what's going on. I want to know why young mothers have to come to me to get prenatal care. We really need to look and revise what we're looking at and start thinking about others instead of always ourselves, and try to really look at how we can come together as a nation. We have our differences and we know what's going on and all of that. But when you talk about privileges and things like that, I'm very, very sympathetic to the veterans. We have Afghani war veterans coming here, and we have large Afghan population coming here. But at the same time, every day I struggle to get funding to make sure that we're feeding them, giving them just daily things that we take for granted. And where's the justice in that? Where's the justice in a veteran needing me to stop to call the VA to get them an appointment?
Yeah.
So I'm really passionate about that.
Yeah. And it's why you're so successful in your service, Deb. Passion is to me, passion is fuel. All of you on the screen have passion for your callings, and that's why you're succeeding in helping other people. I want to just add one other element on behalf of my good and dear friend, Bob Swanson, who was supposed to be with us in this conversation, to bring another aspect of social justice into the conversation. And that has to do with social justice as it relates to people who are suffering from addiction, mental health, or have experienced suicide. Again, we think narrowly about social justice just as the ripple effect, frankly, of the pandemic that began 2 years ago and just kind of amplified so many different things. We had an economic crisis, and then we had the social crisis. And that's one of the reasons why, when I thought about my vision for this summit and these conversations, I talked about inclusion and social justice and a path to getting to it. And we're on that path, and leaders like yourselves are the ones that are going to get us there. But Bob would speak with great passion about how he spent the last few years of his life talking to people about the lack of equality, the lack of resources, the lack of understanding around mental health, addiction, and suicide. So it's another part of this whole equation. So why is fairness and equality viewed as a matter of public policy and laws rather than about humanity? I'm going to wait to see who jumps up first on this one. Okay, Glodine, you smiled. The questions are getting harder as we go through these sessions.
Because I'm going to say that it's public policy. It shouldn't be public policy. This is why I'm having a hard time answering this question, because by the mere virtue of the fact that we're talking about fairness and equality in a public policy space puts it right back into that judicial, basically systemic racism, right? It puts it in that space where it shouldn't be. We should just, this is a touchy subject for me because I am very passionate about it. And I feel like this shouldn't even still be a conversation. Again, it's 2022. Why are we still fighting for equality? Why are we still so divided? And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that it's a political issue. It's being addressed as a political issue rather than a human issue. We're all responsible for each other. We came here to be responsible for each other and care for each other. And as long as we continue to let other people, and when I say other people, I mean in the political space, people blame the government for things, but the government is run by people. People blame the judicial system for things, but the judicial system is run by people. So we need to, outside of these organized institutions, we need to recognize that the people within those institutions need to be held accountable for keeping us in this space. I don't know how else to say that in a way. Yeah, I'm just gonna say that, because we shouldn't still be here, and it needs to be about us individually moving forward.
And if I can just chime in, I think something that's so relevant right now, and I'm going to turn to the NFL, the National Football League, and there's policy out there right now that you have the Rooney Law, where it's mandatory that you have to interview a minority, but that's just a law. And we see the same unjust hiring practices now. It's Brian Flores from the Miami Dolphins who was fired, that he brought suit against these teams. And you could have laws in place and, cross the T's and dot the I's, but we're not changing. We're still acting the same way we were. And laws don't necessarily, people have to change, and we need to do that.
Thank you, Frank.
It took me two hours to fix my microphone. It's fixed now, so I know I sound louder, and I'm ready. Actually ready 2 hours later. I think one of the challenges that we have is that when we create a policy, when we create a law, it allows us to check off the box of performative function. It allows us to say, well, we did something. And we see this even in corporate context across the board. Well, we started a committee, or we had a meeting. Well, we did the thing, and it checks off that box, but it never puts us in an uncomfortable place where we have to push back against the culture. And the idea is, I can create a law, I can create a policy, but if I never have the conversation about what's going on in the heads and hearts of individuals, we can create all the policies in the world and it will be of non-effect.
Yep.
Yeah. Well said. Let's move on to another question. How do you relate your experiences to the realities we're facing? Glodine?
So I'm going to say I grew up like Deborah did. My mother was born on the south side of Chicago in a very non-diverse community, and she made very sure that I grew up in a diverse community. So while I am aware of being a Black woman in America, I was never more aware of it until 2016. I went from being comfortable in my skin to very uncomfortable and very afraid. I'd never thought about getting in my car and driving and what could possibly happen if I get pulled over by the police. I never thought about being in the wrong space, in the wrong group of people, and how that could potentially put me in harm's way. Was never even a consideration until 2016. So I feel that until people can really understand what it's like, and I'm going to be very specific about what I say, because this really is about, we live in a country where it is white and then there's everyone else, right? But underneath everyone else are Black people. And because of all the unrest that came up with the Black Lives Matter, and all of a sudden the Black Lives Matter movement is considered a negative instead of a positive. And when I look at the history of this country and the groups that came together to help Black people have a voice in the country, they became villainized instead of people recognizing and accepting the truth, right? So here we are again in 2022 and still experiencing police brutality, still experiencing unjust and abject racism in certain spaces. It's like, how do we move forward if people can't understand what that's like? And it didn't really hit me until I found myself in that space of fear. And I don't live in fear. I've never lived in fear. And so while I've always cared about what happens in the community, it became even more important and critical that we do something to help us get out of this unnecessary space. It's like, why are we still here?
Yeah.
You know,
Deb?
one of
Oh, go ahead, please, Frank. Go.
one of the challenges I had when I started at Columbine High School, and I grew up in a community, it was an Italian community, and we had diversity in the community. But when I went to Columbine High School, it was a shock to me because it was a school almost of entitlement at the time. And I taught social studies, and I taught when I started talking about sectionalism and slavery and things of this nature, and we had these discussions. These kids did not realize that there was life, 6 miles south of, or north of Columbine. And things like, well, I don't understand why they can't do this and they can't do that. And one of the smartest activities I did, and I'm lucky I still have my job, but one of the things that I did is these same kids, I walk into class and I gave 2 different tests. And the first test was the 3 colors of the flag, who was the first president. And then I gave the Alabama literacy exam that they gave to African Americans in order to vote. And so did that the next day. Basically, I go in and start going over the test. And the kids are saying, that is so unfair. And I said, you keep your mouth shut. You get on the floor, and if you talk back to me, we're going to have an issue. Well, the principal was in on it. And one kid told me to do something to myself. And so I sent him to the principal's office, and the principal said, that Frank D'Angelo was one of the best teachers, and you're going to listen to him. And all of a sudden the kids come back, parents are calling. I said, see, what I wanted to show something to you. We did this for 20 minutes, a half hour, and you felt dumped upon and things like that. Now, can you look at things differently? And many times we need to just change people. They don't understand. And one of the things that we did at Columbine is we would do student exchanges with students that would come from inner city to Columbine High School to see our culture, and our kids would go over to the inner city. It made such a big difference finding out about others.
Yeah. Yeah. If just the historical perspective is if there was a measure of patience in building relationships, one person at a time, we might be enjoying some different experiences today. And I put a lot of hope in the 2 newest generations in the workplace, that they may be the generations that lead us out of some of the morass that we're in today, that we just can't find a way out. And unfortunately, it seems like the path is not as crooked as we like it to feel. It's a pretty straight path. And it starts simply with the fact that you can't know a person until you know them. You can't understand why they behave in a certain way until you understand them. And I think that's the practical essence of a lot of what we're challenged with. And so this notion of social justice, the term came to be something to talk about only because of the once in a lifetime advent of a medical crisis. We wouldn't be talking about social justice because other things happened after that happened that all happened as a result of it. And so we're in this strange time. And I keep saying this, and people keep saying, yeah, I agree, but it's only an excuse. Because again, that's why we talk about the notion of getting down to about this all being about humanity, not about policy, not about politics, not about corporate governance. It's about humanity. Okay. Comments? Any comments from my esteemed group? Pierre?
One of the things that's very important, and this has been a unifying thread throughout all of our conversations today, is that sometimes we are asking for jobs, we're asking for systems, we're asking for other relationships, we're asking other teams that we're on to do for us things that we have not first done for ourselves. There is no way that your validation or support of me can change my internal perception if I have not first learned to value the space where I come from. We see this all the time with actors, entertainers, and celebrities, right? The world literally falls at their feet and gives them everything that they want, and they still feel, broken or empty or less than, because that's something that happens on the inside. So my parents are from the South. My mom is from Arkansas. My dad is from Mississippi. They grew up in the 50s in Arkansas and Mississippi and migrated to Michigan in the 60s and 70s. So the world for me as a Black kid from parents who are from the South, living in an inner city neighborhood, going to PWIs his entire life. My parents told me the same thing, and it's still a tension, Dennis, that I feel today as a leadership coach, keynote speaker, and corporate trainer. I recognize that if I don't go into the space knowing who I am, knowing what my qualifications are, and knowing I can own a room or a process, there's no one that's going to give that to me. And if it comes secondarily, it still won't fill a void if I've not first affirmed and believed in my story and my contribution to the world. So I think a lot of the tension that we're feeling is we're missing out on that first self-acceptance piece. And I think, well, if I can just get this passed or get this note or award, it's going to fill an internal void. And it won't. It has to happen from the inside first. And that's how you can begin to affect change on the outside.
Yeah. I could quickly share about something that Deb and I are involved in together, which is helping a recently retired school teacher realize her vision to try to teach students in the 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th grades leadership, but starting by teaching them to understand themselves and build a foundation. She calls it self-leadership. And I think, when we talk about could we learn more things? Could we talk about more things? I think fundamentally, and I'd be interested in Deb's additional thoughts, fundamentally, we have to go back to the beginning of people's learning experiences. And if it can't happen any sooner than when they get into a nursery school, it needs to happen there. If we wait until high school and wait until college and take a communications class from Pierre Quinn, and then he forces us to talk to each other in a communications class. I mean, really. So we need to go all the way back to the beginning, and also recognize that some of it is wired in, is part of our DNA, and so we have to be interested in learning more about that. Can you tell the social justice thing kind of lights me up a little bit? I've been talking too much. I'm not supposed to talk. Farber is probably sitting there and saying, "Why is he talking so much?" All right, so here's another question. God bless you, Frank. What is the difference between giving people what they deserve versus giving them what they need?
Well, who's to say what somebody deserves?
I was just about to say that. Well, who are we to say that's what people deserve? People should get what they want, and they should have their own kind of like power within themselves to go out and achieve certain things. We have to also say that a lot of times we have to kind of encourage, engage, and embrace people for them to want to do things and want to go out and involve them in certain things. I'll give you a quick example here. How many women that are homeless get facials? Well, I pay for it out of my pocket. Have somebody come here. We have a hair salon person come here. We try to make these women feel better. We try to get them into programs where they can get workforce development training. So I would never say that I should do that. I mean, everyone deserves good things. You don't have to have great things. I mean, I'd love to hit the lotto, but I'm okay. I'm doing all right, and it's my job to help that one or two people. However many people we can help here, we're going to do it. But no, that's not what they need. No.
Yeah,
That is not a Deb Martinez saying right there. Okay.
Claudine?
Well, yeah, I mean, if we just level the playing field, first of all, and make it, and I'm not even going to use that equality word. If we just level the playing field and the people involved who make decisions about why one group of people gets what they need and other people have to prove that they deserve it, because that's kind of what how that question hit me, is like some nebulous force has decided that this group of people deserve it just simply because of the color of their skin, and this other group has to prove, or this other group gets it because of the color of their skin. This other group has to prove that they deserve it because of the color of their skin. How about if we just eliminate all that? The thing that I think that people are missing, especially in business spaces, is that the more accessibility that you give people to the things that they need, the more money they're willing to spend, the more willing they are to come to your establishments, the more willing they are to buy your products. But keeping us all separated, I mean, I even think that the nonsensicalness of the class system, right? Why are there people who have billions of dollars and then there's people who are homeless? People who fought for our country and don't get supported by our country because people, hold on, Alexa's getting ready to tell me to drink water. Sorry. Forgot to turn her off. Why are there all these distinctions? Why don't we just, I mean, I know it feels like a crazy thing to say. But why is all of this necessary? Like, how is this helping us as a country to have all of this divisiveness and all of this separation, and again, people having to prove that they deserve to have a roof over their head, to have food in their stomachs and clothing on their back, as opposed to just the human need to be provided for?
Yeah. Pierre?
There's another way of even framing out that word deserve, which can put us in on equally dangerous footing. I'm gonna give you what you deserve. And I don't know, Frank, as a principal, I know how I'm sure you wrestle with that with your young people. Like, these kids deserve, based on actions, based on activity, here's what they deserve, but here's the action that I'm going to take. So I think that pendulum of deserve can swing both ways, equally as dangerous. These people deserve it because they come from X, Y, and Z, and there's no question, there's no interview, there's no pushback. And then on the other side, from even a retribution standpoint, if we just gave people what they deserve, we would have a different world. Actually, we would.
No.
Right.
No. Frank?
Geez, I'm just honored to be with the people here today and bringing up so much. And, I think that key is you're driving home some key points. And, one of the things that I try to do with our kids is teach them that they could pay it forward, pass it on. Because one of the things that I learned is we can tell them what to do, but we need to give them those skills to do it. And I think that's so important. And the work that all of you are doing that. Not only are you graciously giving, but you're also giving them the skills that they could help others and pass it along. And what we're going to be on the face of this earth for a short time, but what do we want this society to look like? And what scares me and what has really touched me, and I'm struggling today, is we're having conversations, and Claudine has mentioned it a few times, is here we were 1960s and now we're in 2022. Have we come? Have we changed much? Why? And what are we going to be 50 years from now? What is it going to look like for our kids and grandkids? But the thing about us, and the reason that we're all part of this group, is we refuse to be helpless and we refuse to be hopeless, and we're not giving in, and we're not going to stop. And even if it's traveling that journey alone, we're not giving up.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Can I just share something really quickly? Because I think that this for me is also the distinction between deserve and need. I was teaching at Chicago State, and it was a research writing class, and the school changed the rules at the last minute, and the students had serious issues about it. And I told them, in my classroom, we don't complain. Like, you're either going to do something about it or you're going to shut up talking about it. We're not wasting class time. And they thought I was crazy when I said do something about it. So instead of like force it down their throat, I just had them, since it was a research class, I had them do research, like the poverty level. And I had them go check out what is the poverty level in the United States. And they came back and said it. And so I said, do you think poverty is a state of mind or a state of being? And they all said it was a state of mind. And I said, okay, so you think that people that are poor deserve to be poor? And they said yes. And I said, okay, so anybody that lives below the poverty level deserves to be there. They said yes. I said, okay, so the poverty level right now in this country is $14,000. Ask me how much money I make. Now, they knew I started off every class saying that I quit a 6-figure job to go back to school so that I could teach, or it wasn't why I did it, but that is where I wound up. So I said, how much do you think I make? And they were like, 70, 80, because they're basing it on the fact that I'm a college professor. My salary that year was like $4,000. And I'd been to Africa. I'd traveled, I'd done all sorts of things with barely any money. I said, so am I poor because I believe I'm poor? Or am I just in a state of being in this moment that could change? And it got them thinking about it. And long story short is I helped them find their voice. And in them finding their voice, they actually stood up to the school and very respectfully gave their opinion about why they didn't want to pay this money that they were being forced to pay to turn in a research paper. And 7 of my students changed the rule for all of the school. Now, I didn't have a job the next semester, and I told them that was going to be the cause. That was going to be the case because, somebody has to wind up on the chopping block. But it was worth it for me to not teach at that school anymore, to know that I helped 25 students, 25 young people recognize the power of their voice. And I think that is what we need to do more of in any space that we can do it. I do it wherever I go. I just happen to have a classroom, which was great at that time. But I think that we need to help young people or people in general recognize the power of our voices. And it's like my mother used to say, it's not what you say, it's how you say it, right? We can get people to do anything and change their minds if we come from a place of love and not from a place of demanding and fighting. That's part of the struggle.
Yeah. I think, one of the things that comes to mind around this notion of deserving versus needing, every living, breathing human being deserves to be respected. If they then, based on their behavior over a period of time, indicate that they are not deserving of respect, then they've made their bed to sleep in. But you don't make a decision saying this person doesn't deserve this person doesn't deserve that, and particularly when you base it on the differences between you and the other person. It could be the racial difference, it could be an ethnic difference, it could be a whole variety of different differences that leave you in a place of saying, they don't deserve to be successful. No, he didn't get a master's degree. He's not a master craftsperson. He's just a crappy old carpenter, and he's making more money than most of the other guys that work here for 30 years. All those kinds of things come into our heads. Need is about, what a human is about sustenance. It's almost, to me, it's that simple. The deserving part, again, starts with respect and everything else that comes from that. You need to indicate to people by your words and your actions that you are worthy of respect. Again, that's the path that I choose. Another question: do you believe that your education prepares you to live in a diverse America? Glodine's looking away from the camera now.
Away from the camera.
He's looking away from the camera now. I'm telling you, these questions aren't getting easier. And this is Starla Lewis's question. I want you to know it's coming from Starla. She is hanging on every word.
I'm going to say no. Well, here's the thing. Was it my public school education? Absolutely not.
There we go.
My home education with my mother, absolutely. But I think that our public school system is designed to make certain children feel good about themselves and other children not feel good about themselves. And if you grew up in a school where the only thing you learned about yourself was struggle, struggle, strife, strife, slavery, and that's all you have to look forward to, then no, you're not prepared to be in a diverse world, because it automatically makes you start hating yourself, which then outwardly you hate people that look like you. So, yeah, I would say no.
Yeah, I get that. I get that.
The question is, though, why is it designed that way? Like, people are fighting about critical race theory. I think that's a whole different thing. But the education that we get about ourselves and about each other shouldn't create shame and blame or anger. Shouldn't elicit anger. It should make you feel good to learn something new about not only other people, but about yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. Frank, your lips are starting to move.
I know I'm not saying something. My wife says that all the time. Lips move, but you don't say anything. Anyway, I'll think back to my education. And again, it was in the 70s. And I think some of the best lessons I learned was from my parents, but also going out and finding areas where I needed to be educated. Because when I was in college, I went into the inner city to coach kids, something that I did not grow up with or participate. And by being around others and doing things that not necessarily made me comfortable, but it taught me to learn and trust. And I think some of our best lessons in life are not necessarily what we learn in the classroom, but what we experience each and every day by the things that we do. And, if I feel there's an area of weakness, then I need to go out and figure out how to eliminate some of the weakness there and not be afraid to learn and be open-minded.
Yeah. Pierre?
Formal education for most of us, no.
That wasn't a closed-end question. You need to say more than no.
Sorry, I was practicing my Glodine response. It didn't work. I think when we think back on our educational experiences, for most of us, we can identify maybe one teacher, maybe two teachers whose course really helped shape how we live, work, and play, in our world today. When we think about teachers that win awards, when we think about administrators that win awards, most of them win those awards because they push back against the status quo. They looked at what's happening and they're like, nah, that's not good enough. I'm going to teach my students. I'm going to push them. I'm going to challenge them. I'm going to encourage them to be professional and organized and research and question some of the policies and procedures that guide our institution. Those are the teachers that make the difference. But for a lot of reasons, many young people, ourselves included on this panel, did not have a lot of those interactions in our formal education process. But to go back to what Frank was saying, all of us on this panel recognize there have been areas of our lives where we needed growth and development. So we got a certification, we found a mentor, we found a coach, we took a course. And even today, we're in a continual process of learning and education that we're passing on to our clients and our colleagues.
Yeah. Deb?
I'm going to say yes and no, because I kind of had a different type of education. I have to be honest. Did I learn everything? No. Did I get some really good experiences? I'm going to say yes. But I'm going to say I had great grandparents. My grandfather owned a barbershop. And what I learned there, you could never repay the type of lessons you learned in that barbershop. He was immaculate. He was master barber. He did everything. He showed you about business. He taught us how to do a business ledger. I mean, he taught us how to count the cash receipts. So from a business perspective, I learned everything, I think, honestly, through him. School was good, but he was the best. I do feel that school segregates children, not just by race, but I think by behavior. You know, there used to be a class in our school where the bad kids went, you know, or the kids that they were slow. And I think that sometimes that was a hindrance on the children. So fortunate I had parents that were so interested in us as children. We kind of had a better life because, you know, our parents were that involved. Um, Almost to the fact that my father introduced us to jazz when I was like in the 7th grade. That's something you're just not going to get in a school. But jazz is just one of the most. It's like, what do they say? The 7 wonders of the world. Stevie Wonder's the 8th. Well, jazz to me was the ninth. So you know, I'm just saying that to say that it has to be a combination of home training and home, what you get from home or grandparents or whatever. But the school has such a big effect on children. And unfortunately, I do agree that they lack. But school is not there for everything. School is there for a purpose. It is left up to the parents and mentors and Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts and programs and, you know, the nonprofits that are around to try to help kids and build their, you know, inner selves and understanding. That's where I think that we as a society lack, because I can't put everything on when I sent my children to school to feel that a teacher is going to teach them everything. That's my obligation to a large degree. And that's the way I was raised. I knew about racism when I was 7 because my parents taught us, you know, about certain things and what they had experienced. I have a 1963 March on Washington badge that my parents had. I have it right on my desk at home because that was important to us. That was important to them. And let me say this for the record. My grandfather's barbershop was in Georgetown on 3200 block of M Street. So if you know anything about DC, you know where that barbershop was. So I kind of look at it that, you know, it's a twofold. While I agree teachers, you know, schools could be totally different. And I do feel that they really do segregate children to a large degree. But at the same time, it is left up to parents and families to teach children also. Because you come home from school doesn't mean the learning has to stop. To me, it means the learning really begins. And that's how I was raised.
You know, Dennis, there's this book, Everything I Need to Learn. Everything I Need to Know I Learned in Kindergarten, something to that effect.
Yeah.
You know, kindergarten is an interesting space, interesting place. The paradigms are totally different in kindergarten. By the time you get to first grade all the way up until, you know, graduation, college, this much of it is individualized progression. So I tell some of my clients all the time, you know, you're bringing me in for tens of thousands of dollars to teach you well-educated professionals how to play in the sandbox together. I'm going to teach you. We're going to do it. These are some things that we taught you in kindergarten and that fell by the wayside along the way, and we're just coming back to them.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I'll add, you know, thinking about education and what it meant. I went to for my primary education, I went to a Catholic elementary school. I was taught by, Frank's crossing himself. I was taught by Dominican nuns. And so I learned the basics. Somehow I never got penmanship in my elementary education. I don't know why. Maybe I fell asleep during that class. Honest to God, never learned penmanship. But I did learn that you don't talk in the line to the bathroom. You know, I definitely learned that. So if I go into an airport bathroom, nobody's going to be talking to me in a bathroom. I can tell you that right now. But do I remember learning anything about being a person trying to learn? No, I didn't really learn anything about that. In 6th grade, I I met and actually became very good friends with a young man who came into the 6th grade. His father was in the military, ran a munitions arsenal up in northern New Jersey. And he came and joined our class. And he was chubby, as was I. I was fairly overweight as a kid. I wore very thick glasses. My sons used to kid me even up until a few years ago. Dad, can you see them? Can you see the hair on the man on the moon's forehead? And his name was Walter McDowell. Walter McDowell was black. He was the first black person that I had ever talked to. He and I, because of the things we had in common, being overweight, not athletic, kind of gabby, became very, very good friends. I learned more from that relationship about people than anything I was taught by the Dominican nuns. Not to disparage the Dominican nuns, but that's just my experience. I think, Deb, you are so blessed, as is Glodine. I mean, Glodine's blessing goes to the extent that she wrote a beautiful book talking about her mother and her life with her mother. But you're very, very blessed to have what you had in your household. Not everybody does. And that's a generational issue. The prior generations didn't teach the next generation where we need to learn about humanity, where we need to learn about respect, where we need to learn about how we love each other and support each other. It's a blank space in a lot of homes, and now it remains a blank space because a lot of homes are impoverished, and they don't know when the light's going to go back on or when the water is going to be reconnected. And that's the sustaining suffering that a lot of people are going through. It's a challenging time.
And Dennis, I can tell you that's why I'm here at the Mission of Love Charities. Yeah. Because I pay water bills, I pay rent, I pay utility bills, I get food for people, I get kids school books, I work with Start Engineering, I work with all the agencies I can get with to give me tools to make sure these children had what I had and what my children had.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful. I had a dynamite mother. I mean, my mother quit her government job, and you know what I'm talking about, Glodine, that good government job to go to Howard University to get us remission of tuition for college. Now, you tell me.
Right.
Yeah. That's something to be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely.
And my mother told me, the only thing you can mess up in the world is not teaching your children the truth. And she never lied. She never got to go to college, by the way. But she said, if you wanted to go, the free education was there. And that says a lot. And I'm very blessed. And by the way, Frank, I go to St. Francis de Sales Catholic Church. I'm a good Catholic. And the next time we see Dennis, we're going to throw holy water on him because he made the first the cross. So to the Pope, I think I've done my good job today.
And I have penmanship because I had a nun that had a great ruler. So the people still know what I'm talking about.
Oh my God, I remember that too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember the rulers. All right. Here's our last question, our wrap-up question. What can we do? What actions can we take to make the aspiration of equality a reality?
Teach our kids. Acknowledge each other when you see each other on the street. And I think that's the biggest thing. We are so focused on whatever it is that we're doing, we don't even acknowledge when we see each other on the street. And when I used to live in Chicago, I lived in what's called South Shore, and was predominantly Black. And there were, brothers in the gangs that lived in the community. And I chose to take the bus to school when I was teaching. And one Halloween, I decided I'm gonna acknowledge these brothers when I pass them, because in all fairness, they look like if you said the wrong thing to them, they'd beat you into a pulp because of the way that they move through the world. I think that was their shield, their protection, to have people leave them alone, right? So I started speaking to them, like I'd walk past and say good morning, and it was like all of a sudden the scowl turned into a smile, and then after a while they would see me coming and they'd say, what's up, sis? And we started to have kind of, building a relationship, or at least they appreciated being acknowledged. When I was in Atlanta, there was a homeless woman on the street, and I was walking with a white friend of mine. And the woman, we stopped to talk to her because my dog went up to her, and we stopped to talk to her. and it was a Black woman, and she looked up at my friend and said, "You're the first white woman who's ever acknowledged seeing me." She brought us all to tears. And I thought, you know what? This is part of the problem. So I think that equality won't even be an issue if we start acknowledging the humanness in each other, recognizing and just, like I said, paying homage to seeing another human being that you're passing on the street, especially if they don't look like you. I think that's where we start.
Yeah.
Frank. Something just quickly, I think that's so important that the people on this panel are so articulate and we share messages, but it's going out and role modeling. And what Claudine just said is so important. And you can get up in front of kids and talk about it. And I love the quote, character and integrity is who you are when no one is watching, just going out and doing it. And you'd be surprised how many people are watching it. And it's like a chain reaction. And that's what we need to do. We can get up and talk about it and all the issues, but what are we doing in our own life to change it and get other people to follow?
Yeah. Pierre, Deb, any last thoughts on this question?
Yeah. You know, you ever bought a car and it seems like everywhere you go, you see that car? Ever had that experience?
Yes.
So I used to teach my college students about perception. And I said, perception is based on these few things. Perception is based on what you believe, what you value, what your attitude is, and what your interests are. And if it doesn't fall inside of your beliefs, your values, your attitudes, and interests, you'll never see it. Mm-hmm. It will never show up on your radar. The only reason why you see a red drop top convertible everywhere you go is because you bought one. You bought one because you believed it was worth having. It was high priority on your value list. You had a great attitude about it and it met your interest. I think it's the same thing when we're looking to connect with people. I have to believe that people are important. I have to value the stories of others. I have to have a great attitude with people who are different than me and develop a keen interest in learning from someone else's story. And the more that I resonate with that, the more I'll be able to pick up and engage on all the people really that I've been missing, who have been there all along and just waiting on someone to come along and acknowledge them the same way I want someone to acknowledge me.
Yeah. Deb, any last thought?
I'm just going to say, you know, I think that we all have to listen, but we also have to be open-minded. You can listen all you want to, but it doesn't mean that you're going to change your mind. We have to really open our minds, open our eyes, listen, be kind. And like Claudine say, speak to one another. Mm-hmm. You know, I can walk in a mall and smile at somebody and they think you're trying to harm them or something. Mm-hmm. You know, we just have become so, I don't know. I think it's sad, but protective. I think they guess for themselves. Mm-hmm. I've appreciated this conversation, and I think we all know that we got to go out here and speak to people. Yeah. And say, you know, start with saying just the words hello.
Yeah, it's not enough to say to somebody, I heard what you said. What you need to really be doing is making sure that you listened.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. This was, I feel like I'm being repetitive. What an incredible conversation. Beautiful people, and including you, Frank. I mean, you're a beautiful person. Thank you so much. Audience, take 5. We'll be back for what's got to be a fabulous closing hour. So stick around.
Thanks, Dennis.
You're welcome. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is our final hour. Again, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but I don't know about you, but it's gone by awfully fast, almost too fast, and with such incredible wisdom being shared. I've learned so much myself, so I'm sure that all of you have learned some things as well, and it's not over yet. So this is our final hour, our final topic, and the topic is leadership. We'll bring a number of these things that were talked about in the first 3 hours, bring them together with our final panel. And that panel includes Steve Farber, who I've asked to come back for this hour, along with Pierre Quinn and Frank DeAngelis. And they'll be joined by Tim Dumas. Tim is a leadership coach and speaker. He brings a very energetic approach to coaching and focuses on challenging organizations to lead. He says organizations must lead magnanimously by loving unconditionally and dreaming. I love that last phrase as he talks about it. So welcome, my panel, our final panel. What an impressive group this is. My goodness gracious. And we're now, it's an international panel. I want to point out for the audience, we brought a Canadian leader into our conversation. I will translate for him if his Canadian accent gets a little bit too strong. And Steve, I shouldn't have said that, right, Steve? I shouldn't have said that? No. Now Steve is giving me that look. He said, Dennis, you're off the rails. You're obviously off the rails. All right. Thanks, guys, for being here. All right. So let's get right into these questions. How do leaders motivate and inspire those they lead to practice love, to practice inclusion, to practice social justice? Let's start with Mr. Farber.
Well, thanks for having me back. I've been listening in on the conversation for the last few hours. It's been phenomenal. So thank you, everybody, for making such a great contribution. Well, I think the question of motivation is a great one because there are people that say you can't motivate others. People have to motivate themselves, and you just have to create the right environment and the right conditions for them to do that. And I think there's some truth in that. But when you go to that question first as a leader, what do I got to do to motivate these people? We're missing a really important first step, which is, who are these people? So in line with all the conversations we've been having here today around inclusion and love, and this has been a recurring theme, we have to get to know people. And the same is true for leaders. So here's a good place, I think, for people to start, which is just to ask yourself, if you look at the people on your team, the people that you are ostensibly responsible for motivating and inspiring, just ask yourself, how well do you know them? And one way to answer that question is to take what I like to call a story inventory, which is just think about each person individually and just make a list, take some notes as to the stories that you know about that person and their lives. And what you're going to find is that you either know stories or you don't. And there are some people where you realize, like, I've been working with this person for 10 years. I don't have a freaking clue if they're even married or if they have a pet at home. So we have to start to get to know people. And the more we know them, the more we learn about their hopes, their dreams, their aspirations, their values. And the more we know that, the more we can speak to those things and help them to achieve those things. There's nothing more motivating than being seen and being known and being heard and living and working in an environment that's conducive to our own growth as human beings.
Okay. Good opening answer. I was expecting you to talk a little longer, but that's okay. We'll come back to you.
Well,
Tim Dumas, our Canadian friend.
Well, thanks, Dennis. Thanks for adding in the Canadian content today. Just really quickly, though, I got a text just before we started from a woman who's on this conversation, and she said, "Hey, I thought Dennis was just funny. He's actually pretty good." So at least there's one person, Dennis, that thinks that you're funny. I love what Steve talked about connection, because I think about what my first day as a leader. And I went in there, I thought I was going to bedazzle people with this amazing Vince Lombardi speech to lead them to the promised land. And guess what happened, Dennis? They looked me in the eye, they dropped their mouth, and they said, why? Why should I follow this guy? I don't even know this guy. He showed up today as our new manager, as our new leader in this business. Why should I do it? What I didn't realize at the time is I didn't understand the art of connection, as Steve was talking about. And for me, leading people really comes down to 4 things. It's number 1, bringing the energy. There's 2 types of people, and we all know them. The people that bring energy to the room and the people that suck the living energy out of it. And we've all been in meetings with both, and it's certainly the latter. And these people who I'm on the call with today, they're certainly some of the ones who've brought energy into the rooms that I've been in before. And you know what happens, Dennis, when we bring energy to the room? It makes it fun. Yes, we can have fun at work. We're allowed to. Think about the greatest organizations you've been a part of. It could be a team, could be anything. We always do better work when we have fun. The third thing as far as leadership and as far as bringing that to team is believing in someone. Can you think of one time in your life when somebody actually believed in you, maybe before you actually deserved it? Dennis, you and I know a wonderful leader. Her name's Nancy McKay. And I work with her in a company called McKay CEO Forums. We do peer group leadership. And she said to me when I started in McKay, she said, Tim, I'm so pumped for you to be here. You're going to be amazing. This is good. I'm so excited. And I looked around, I go, Nancy, do you know something that I don't? Because I don't see that. But guess what happened? Every day since then, I've tried to prove Nancy right. And I've done the things to prove her right because she believed in me, even if I maybe didn't deserve it at the time. And lastly, Dennis, do you know what happens when people believe in us? We dream. When we ask them the question of, if you knew you couldn't fail, what would you achieve both personally and professionally as leaders? That allows us the carte blanche to dream and to become better people. And that's the whole key to leadership, is striving for greatness by bringing out the greatness in others. And we can do that through those questions.
Good. Thanks, Tim. That was awesome. Frank DeAngelis.
You know, I'm coming from this standpoint and just working with all, and you've all had influences on my life, and Steve, your books and things, and allowing to do work with you. But to me, it's all about relationships. And I used to tell our teachers and faculty members with the kids, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I think that's so relevant. And I'm going to build upon something Steve talked about finding out about people. I used to drive my staff members crazy because they'd walk by my office and they said, Frank, you're never in your office. And there was a reason for that. I wanted to be in the classroom with the kids. I wanted to be with the food service people, finding out about them. And an activity when I first became principal is it was right before the holiday season, and I had 150 staff members, and I personalized holiday cards for every staff member. But in order to personalize them, I had to find out about them. And I would write things, you know, I just heard your dad was in the hospital with the heart. I hope he's doing well if you need anything. Or Mary, I heard you became a grandmother for the first time. And the first time I did it, people were comparing cards to see if I was writing the same thing. But when they realized I took the time to find out about them, I'd walk into their offices and they would be there. They'd be on the bulletin board. And when I retired, they invited me back to the first graduation after my retirement, and some staff member came up and said, Frank, you know what we miss about you? And I'm thinking my motivational speeches, you know, my leadership. They said, those cards you gave us. It's the little things that make a big difference. And probably the best compliment that I received when I retired after 35 years at Columbine and 18 years as a principal, they came up to me and they said, you never became one of them. You were always one of us. And we knew you had our back and we had yours. And that was important in leadership.
Terrific. Terrific. Pierre.
All of us on this panel have served as keynote speakers, right? And it's funny from a keynote speaking perspective that sometimes as a speaker, there's a temptation to think a little bit more of yourself than you should. You know, when you wrestle with the question of how do leaders motivate and inspire those they lead to practice these things, I think it's recognizing that it's our responsibility to create and foster environments for motivation and inspiration to happen. Go back to being a keynote speaker. What makes it work really well, and I know all five of us know this, what makes it work really well is when it's a great venue when there's great food, when there's a great stage, when people are having a great experience, when there's, great coffee and water and snacks, that when people are connecting with their friends, they got a few days out of the office, so that when you come on as a keynote speaker, opening, closing, or somewhere plenary in the middle, you don't always even have to hit a home run. And we've been there before where we've doubled, singled or doubled, and everyone was like, this was just the most amazing, inspirational thing that happened to me. And the truth is, it's because the environment was set up for that.
Mhm.
I think sometimes as leaders, we try to produce a lot of heavy lifting because we haven't created the environments. And what is it like, depending on what our organization looks and feels like? What would it be like to create an environment for motivation and inspiration to happen on a consistent basis, and me not always having to give a keynote speech to make it happen?
I love that way of talking about it. I think that's brilliant. Frank.
If I could build on that just for a second, what Pierre and Frank said, the environment is actually less challenging to set up than you would think, because unfortunately people's expectations are so low. And so, Frank, you said when you wrote those cards for people, the first thing they did was they started comparing them to see if you'd written the same thing to everybody, right? Because people don't write personal notes.
Wow.
So it's that kind of, that's what I mean by the expectations are kind of low, because it's unusual to find a leader who really genuinely, authentically cares enough about us to learn about us and to try to create an environment that we love being a part of. So we don't have to be, we don't have to re-engineer everything and reinvent everything. It's the small gestures. It's that, as Pierre said, it's the analogy, from a speaking engagement and having the right food and snacks and giving people a chance to talk to each other. Not much different at work. It's having the right physical environment and encouraging people to get to know each other. Some of those things apply, but they're really simple. And the contrast, unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, is so great between what people expect and just those personal touches, that a little goes a very long way, as long as it's sincere.
Yeah. So we talked about love, we talked about inclusion, we talked about social justice. All of you made really excellent comments about leadership in an overall sense. Take a moment and just reflect on where we are right now, this moment in time. It's February 15th, 2022. We are still under the cloud of a thing called a pandemic, and it continues to affect us. Some people think it's real, some people think it's not. It doesn't really matter. It's affecting everybody, whether you thought it's real or not. So as a leader, with this notion of the relationship of this point in time to those three elements that we've had long discussions about, what is it about this point in time that there may be something different or additional that you need to do in order to help the people that you lead? I'm defining the audience, the people that you lead, get to the other side of this, wherever that side is, and we don't know the answer to that yet.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first?
Well, I hear the phrase, I'm curious if you guys have heard this as well. I hear the phrase now more than ever, now more than ever. It's now more than ever, because of the challenge that's been thrust on us by the pandemic, because of the fact that we're separated, most of us, where we used to work together every day, because of now more than ever, relationships are important. Now more than ever, support is important. Now more than ever, love is important. Now more than ever, connection is important. Now, of course, we listen to this, and I'll speak for myself. I listen to it and I think, that's always been important. It's not like suddenly it's important where it wasn't before. It's just that the current circumstances has brought these things into sharper focus for all of us. So I think that's a good thing. because these are not solutions strictly to an unusual circumstance. These are all things that we all need every day. But I think for us and again, speaking to business people in particular, when you look at a challenge like social justice, we tend to go right to the macro. We tend to go to social justice in our country, in our world, and those are really important questions. I think our opportunity as business people, because we're working day to day in a smaller context, no matter how big your business is, it's still in a smaller context than the so-called the whole wide world, right? So I believe that our opportunity is to create a model where we work, where we live, a microcosm of what's possible in the world. If we can set an example as business people that we can get together as human beings from very different backgrounds and from very different points of view, and align around a common mission and get great things done for our customers and for ourselves, what we're doing is we're setting an example to the rest of the world that says this is possible. Because we lose hope when we begin to think that it's just never going to happen on the broader scale. It's just impossible. And we can show an example in a smaller context of what we can do together. And I think that's going to make a difference. It all adds up, which gives all of us an opportunity through the small W world that we have influence over every day to, for it to add up and have an impact on these, the so-called capital W world.
Mm-hmm. Steve, if I could pull on that thread just a little bit more, my career has been interesting. Started off teaching college freshmen communication courses, that spent some time in fundraising, local church pastor for 7 years. And then, for 7 years, been in this world of executive coaching, leadership development, workshops, and all of that. And just one of the lessons that I've learned about leadership over the years is, in spite of what's going on with a larger organization, leadership for me always grew, coming back to what Steve said, in the micro moments. So my leadership grew not when I was teaching my class, but when it was those, hey, Professor Quinn, can I talk to you for a few moments after class? It was those moments on top of each other where, and Dennis, you mentioned, like, globally, right? We're dealing with discomfort and all of these issues and a health crisis from different perspectives. What the people need from leadership, yes, you can't be invisible, and yes, you need those inspirational moments. But for a lot of us, it comes down to, how are we responding when an individual is having a crisis of uncertainty? I don't know what's going on with my job. I'm worried about my family. I'm concerned about the direction of the organization. I'm concerned about my team. And as a leader in those moments, Predictive Index said in 2021, one of the number one reasons why people were quitting their jobs was due to a lack of confidence in the person they were directly reporting to. So how can we, when people are having, we got big global widespread challenges, but when people are having those individualized crisis moments, how can I step in with support, with clarity, with confidence, with assurance, and not from a Candyland optimism, but from a wholehearted optimism perspective, that as a leader, I'll support you in every way so that we get through this. And I think more than ever, Steve, more than ever, that's one of the things that we really need to see from leadership.
Yeah. It's actually now more than ever, just to be, right on. Yeah, notice I didn't use that when I opened up and asked a question, because I knew that if I did, I would have gotten in trouble. Tim.
Yeah, well, Dennis, we're kind of dancing around the Great Resignation, right? We've been hearing about this in the media for almost the past year now, where over and over again, more and more people are quitting their jobs, right? The interesting thing is, when we look at engagement in organizations, it's not that much worse than it was prior to the pandemic. People are just now empowered to leave their jobs, right? So what do we need to do? We need to support them to be engaged. And how do we do that? It really comes down to the simple thing of just being there, right? You know, Pierre and Steve just talked about it. You know, when I first started being a manager in retail, I talked to some experts and they said, Tim, how often are you with your people? And I would tell them how often I was there. And they said, great. Whatever it is, I don't really care how often that is, double it, because it's always more than you think you need to be there. In your office, you're not going to help lead people in your office, and it's asking them questions. Sometimes we forget some of the most simple questions. Number one, how can I support you to be the best version of yourself, both personally and professionally? When we ask that question personally, some people look at me. When I asked that, they looked at me. They thought I was crazy. They're like, hey, this is work. Why are you asking me about how I can be great personally? And really, Dennis, it comes down to one thing. It comes down to when we support people to be great personally, funny thing happens. They start to become great professionally. When we start to help them achieve their personal goals and dreams, guess what happens? They come to work. They're like, hey, how can I help the organization to achieve its goals and dreams? When we start putting those things together, that's what leadership really is. When we put our goals and dreams together, that's when leadership really becomes golden. Because if we just get into the workplace and we talk about profit and we talk about some of the company goals, that's just like what John Wooden talked about. If he just came into the first practice and said, great, our goal is just to make that scoreboard say more points than the other team. The team looks at him and says, John, how? So how did John Wooden start? He started by teaching them to tie their shoes, and they continued to work their way up. And what was the product? The scoreboard took care of itself.
Good job. Frank.
That's good.
I'm going to come from the school standpoint that really ties into these great colleagues that I'm working with right now. Is one of the worst days of my life, obviously, was April 20th, 1999. And I see a lot of similarities of what we're going through right now. And I can remember going back to school, and the kids had to learn math and science and things of that nature. And I knew that was important, but more importantly was meeting the social emotional needs of the students. You know, if kids are hungry or they don't feel safe or they're depressed, I don't care what type of pedagogy you're using or curriculum, you're not going to do it. And I see the same thing happening right now when I'm working with educators around the country. They said, Frank, what do we need to do? You need to train the teachers on what they need to do when these kids walk into their classroom, because they're not the same as what they were prior to the pandemic. And I think that's so important, that teaching that. And then something else that you also talked about, and I learned this, we could all experience the same event, but how we deal with it differently. And there were people back then, just like after Columbine, just like today, some people are going to say, we need to talk about it. We need to do more Zoom. We need to talk. We need to debrief. Others are saying, as soon as I get back to doing what I was doing prior to this pandemic hitting, that's going to help me and some people in between. And that's where you find it's about relationships, and finding out how are you going to meet the needs of all people, doing the best you can. It's that communication piece and caring piece and finding out about others.
Yeah, well said. I want to pick up on one of the things that I talk about a lot, and Frank, you've said it twice now, and that is about relationships. And one of the reasons that I wrote the book I wrote, which is the name of the summit, coincidentally, book titled garnered from the wisdom of Steve Farber, who gave me the title for that book. I talk in that book about people's qualities and how important those qualities are to do something which steel does for a building, which is make it something that lasts for a long time. And that soft skills, the qualities of people, are what gives you the opportunity to have long-lasting relationships and success, and also happiness can be derived from that. But it is all about who you are, how you are, and a focus on building relationships. And leaders don't talk about leadership. They lead with words, they lead with actions, but all those words and actions are promoted by the environment that they do the talking and the acting in. and their constant encouragement for people to realize that this is a better way, and we'll have greater success if we do this, or if we behave in this way, by valuing people individually, valuing their qualities, and building relationships. Because again, any business enterprise, for profit or otherwise, any kind of an endeavor has a bottom line of some sort. So if you're in business, as my friend Steve Farber would say, I'm a business guy. So it is about the bottom line. But if you focus on the bottom line only, then that bottom line is likely to be smaller, if existent at all. But if you focus on the relationships with the people that help to produce the top line, which is income to a business, then you have an opportunity to have some greater success. It isn't about the bottom line. It's about the relationships. And the ones that, when I talk to contractors, I ask them, raise your hand, tell me how many of your company's been doing business with some folks for 10, 15, or 20 years. And a lot of hands go up. And I said, what was important about those companies you did business with? Well, they did business with us when nobody else was getting business. We got jobs when nobody else was getting jobs. And then they didn't get jobs because they were the lowest price. They didn't get jobs because they were non-union or union. They got jobs because of the relationships they had. That's where the ball game is, and that's where all four of you great leaders understand so well we need to operate. Tim's smiling. And look at Tim.
Well, Dennis, you're talking about people over profits, right?
Yes.
People always ask the question, and often in sessions, they ask me, Tim, so what's more important, people or profits? And given what I speak about, they always think I'm going to say people. And it's kind of a trick question, because my answer is it doesn't matter. Because if people are more important than profits, you're going to put people first. If profits are more important than people, you better as heck put people first, or else you're not going to get profits. So no matter what the answer is, it's always the people. So it doesn't really matter. And that's what you're saying.
That's what I said.
To build on that a little bit, even the question belies the deep conditioning we have in our attitude towards people and in business. And that is, why do we think of it as a choice between those two things? It's not an either or scenario. It's a both and scenario. As you said, Dennis, I refer to, I'm a business guy. I say that a lot. I'm a business guy, which means, you don't have a business unless you have a healthy bottom line and good return to show your shareholders, et cetera. How do you get there is, as Tim was saying, by putting the people at the top of your list, but it's not a choice between the two. It's about creating a great environment and having a competitive business and having an impact on the world all at the same time. That's what we should be striving towards. And just the fact that we think of, like the version of that question that I get asked a lot is, what's more important, love or business, love or profit? The answer is yes. It's all, the question is flawed. The question we're trying to ask is, what's the best way to create a profitable company? And if I say, is that love or profits, there's an assumption that love gets in the way of that versus love supports that. It's just kind of the way we've been conditioned. And it's time to turn that on its head. And that's going to have an impact on every aspect of our society, not just the way we conduct business.
Yeah. Well said. Well said. I got another question. What's the greatest challenge or the biggest opportunity for leaders to make the world a better place? It's an easy question. Kind of a softball kind of question. Who's up first? Who's up to bat first on that question?
Well, Dennis, sometimes I think to make the world a better place, sometimes we forget about what the actual question could be to make the world a better place. Stephen Covey talks a lot about begin with the end in mind. And often we don't ask ourselves as a business, what is our ultimate goal? And often we don't ask ourselves as people, what's our ultimate goal? So when we change that question to be this, when you're no longer on this earth, what are the 10 things you want people to say about you at your eulogy? And what do you want people to write about you on your tombstone? And live your life that way. And live your life in business that way. I've still not met anyone that said, I wanted to say was amazing at getting the best operating profit that we've ever had. Nobody's ever said that, but people start to say about impacted people, left a legacy, made the business a better place, impacted customers in a better way. And sometimes we forget about what the question is. And before we even start living it, if we remember that question, that's a way we can start living and impact the world in our business and in our lives.
It's funny. You reminded me of my one of my mentors, Tom Peters, used to have this. He used to riff on that. He said, "Yeah, I want to say on my tombstone, the inscription is he made budget."
Yeah, just to build on that too, Dennis, it's often in business, we forget our employees. We start talking about operating profit and making great profit. But I've never met anyone, even an owner of a business, that's ultimate goal is operating profit. I'm an owner in some businesses, and my goal is not operating profit. It might be what operating profit can do for my family, help take them on a vacation, pay for my kids' college. But we don't ask our employees what they're doing this job for. And they might be doing this job, obviously, to impact other people in their lives. But we forget to ask them, are you doing it to help pay for your kids' college? So how can we make better operating profit together so you can pay for your kids' college? So you can take your kids on that Disney vacation you've always dreamed about. And once we put those things together, we're working on the same team. So many organizations aren't even working on the same team.
Pierre.
I know we have authors on this panel, and I think one of the greatest mistakes that leaders make over their career and even beyond is that we don't write enough things down. We move a lot on personality and charisma and style for some of us as it relates to leading an organization. But what do we do a lot of times when there's a leadership transition? When we lose a great person or the founder or principal leaves the company, a lot of times there's this huge gap because we didn't document enough of the process, we didn't tell enough of the story, and we didn't leave enough tools behind. Some of us do a very good job of reading great leaders. I mean, all four of you have the bookcase behind you with nuggets of insights that you've picked up from leaders over the years. I think we sometimes do a better job at elevating and celebrating the stories of leaders we consider to be influential and dynamic, and not always a good job of, in our context, say the intention is not necessarily to write a New York Times best-selling book. It could end up there. But what if the context is just to document my journey for my company, for my mentees, for who I'm coaching, and for my family, so that when I'm no longer around, there are pieces of the story, especially of success, that they can pick up and continue to run with.
Mm-hmm. That's terrific. Frank, you were going to say something?
Yeah. One of my mentors, and I'm looking at him directly, is Steve. And what he taught me, and he trusted me right before I retired to come out and speak at his Extreme Leadership Conference in Chicago. And I learned so much from him because I wasn't on a speaking tour or things. And I said, and I saw the lineup of speakers, and I said, you got to be kidding me. Why am I here? A charity case. And he said, trust me. And he believed in me, and he gave me that opportunity. And what I learned from Steve is what I hope is a leader, where I'm most proud is when I see people that I mentored being successful. Whether it was a coach, when I saw some of my assistant coaches becoming a head coach, when I saw some of my assistant principals becoming principals, that's the most important thing. And I think a lot of times in leadership, we're afraid to share things because they're saying, oh my gosh, Pierre is going to take this information and he may be greater than me. And we can't have that. It's not about you. If we're really concerned what's going to make this world better, we're going to learn from all of us today and take those skills, because the ultimate goal is what's going to correct some of the topics we talked about today. And it's all working together and sharing and not worrying about who's getting the credit. We're doing it for the worldkind.
Just to build on a couple of things you were saying. First of all, thank you for those gracious words, Frank. That's lovely. And in all fairness, that a lot of that has to do with just your your wonderful modesty. In fact, the last conference, which was right before COVID hit, do you remember? You remember Frank spoke again, and the agenda was right before him. Sandra Joseph, who was the longest running leading lady in Broadway history, played Christine in Phantom of the Opera for 10 years, and her husband Ron Bomer, who was a Phantom. they were on right before Frank, and I remember sitting with you in the back of the room, and you looked at me, you said, what the hell are you doing to me, putting me on after this? And he just was amazing, of course. But anyway, there's a theme that I'm hearing here. It's that desire to raise other people up, as Frank was just talking about, as opposed to protecting your turf. And Pierre, that's a really cool idea of that, documenting what you've done, understanding that your impact is going to go beyond your personal presence there. If you're really a great leader, you're thinking about the future of the organization, which may not include you, but it's still your responsibility. The flip side of that is, and I've seen this happen more times than I care to admit, because it doesn't reflect well on us as business people, is when an organization or a team even accomplishes great things. There's a change in leadership. The new leader comes in, oftentimes from outside the organization, that piece of the organization, and the attitude is, new sheriff in town. We're going to do things my way. And there's no desire to know what happened before. There's no desire to build on the great work that people have done, because what I want to do is establish myself, which comes from, it's purely ego driven. And I need to prove to these people how great a leader I'm going to be by dismantling everything that's gone before and recreating this place in my own image. And the flip side of that is, and it gets back to your initial, really challenging question, which is, what is the biggest challenge that we have today as leaders, which is, I don't know. There's so many to choose from, but I know that one of them is we are so locked into our own perspectives and points of view that it seems like it's making it harder and harder to learn others. And again, this has been a recurring theme all morning here. So if I'm a new leader, and for those of people who may be listening who are in a new leadership role, I'd give you the same advice that I give anybody who's in that situation, and that is, consider yourself to be, for the first period of time, whatever it might be, maybe it's a month, maybe it's a couple months, be a student. Your job is to learn everything about this place, this history, these people, and what's worked, what hasn't worked, what do they love, what do they not love, and based on that, you could start bringing in some new perspectives. But if you come in from that place of ego that's saying, I need to prove to everybody how great I am, you're dead in the water. And just because people are smiling and nodding at you, that doesn't mean that they're approving of what you're doing. They're smiling and nodding at you. They're smiling and nodding at you because they took another look at the org chart and they figure, I should probably be smiling and nodding right now. And that is not a way to lead an organization based on that kind of fear and concern about one's own safety.
And I think, just to build a little bit upon that, and I mentored the principal that took the place after me, but I was at Columbine for 35 years and people were used to my leadership. And one of the things, he called me up one night and he said, why did I take this job? And I said, what's going on? And they kept saying, well, Frank didn't do it like that. And Frank didn't do it like that. And why are you doing it like that? And sometimes I said, you just need to sit back and listen. And as time goes on, you'll be able to instill. But to just come in and say, well, Frank's as Steve pointed out, the new sheriff in town, I'm going to do it differently. You don't win leadership in that manner also. So it's, I think, being a listener and learning and building upon the positive and then bringing in your own personality as time goes on.
My simple take on this is that there are things that you do that are about the job of the CEO that's brought in as this new leader. But there's also how you are doing those things. And to me, that's where the impatience comes in, They can come in and say, well, Frank did it. Well, I'm not doing it. Frank did it way. I'm not doing it that way. I've got my own way. That's about the job. The part that separates a great leader from others, including folks that my good friend Mr. Farber refers to as imposters, is that they understand themselves and they recognize that their particular qualities need to be adapted potentially to the environment of the organization they are now leading. Doesn't mean they have to change everybody in the organization, but they have to try to adapt. And they have to give people the time to become accustomed to their way of interacting with people, even their choice of vocabulary, their style of communication, how they use humor, how they use gestures, whatever it may be. They need to recognize that people need to see them leading, not to hear them and not to be given a memo saying this is a new procedure effective tomorrow. They need to see them and hear them leading, and the leader needs to take the time to work through his direct reports or his leadership team and learn about them in terms of their qualities so that they can come to some mutual understanding about, here's the way I operate, here's the way you operate. We can do this now that we understand each other better. And that's the world I live in, that Steve knows very much. I talk about soft skills all the time, the qualities of people. I think the soft skills are the difference maker. And they're different for everybody at every level in an organization, and certainly for leaders who want to be remembered as great leaders, because you're not going to remember a person as a great leader because of some technical qualification or some other aspect of job performance. It's going to be their qualities, the way they made people feel, that's going to give them the legacy that will reflect positively on them.
Yeah, and I think just to be clear, this is always a messy process. I mean, if we're talking about the context of taking over taking over from a previous leader, because there are different scenarios and some are more urgent than others. If you're in a turnaround situation where the house is burning down, and I don't want to give the impression that I'm suggesting you should go in and talk to everybody that lives in the rooms that are burning, and take a couple of months to find out, well, how did the fire start exactly? You need to get them the hell out of the house.
Now more than ever, Steve. Now more than
right.
ever.
So we have a tendency to look for the simple, easy, clean, step-by-step answer for everything, and there are very few of those out there. But even in the most urgent of situations, the way we go about doing it, like you were saying, Dennis, is really critical, and we should always be paying attention to what's the impact of these seemingly drastic decisions that I have to make, and am I communicating in a way that people are really going to understand it? So none of this is formulaic. Nothing we talked about today is just give me step by step 1, 2, 3, and that'll solve everything. We have to be willing to get in there and experiment. And whenever we experiment, by definition, that means sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. That's why it's called an experiment. And we got to learn from what works, and we have to learn from what doesn't work.
I think one of the things that we often forget when we have these leadership conversations and people who want to aspire to be leaders and do all these programs and even go on this leadership track, that leadership is about people, and people are messy, and people can be difficult. And do you know the messiest, most difficult person that you deal with? The one you see in the mirror every day. Once we start to forget, it starts to fall off the rails. But this is about people and how they feel and what they're going through. And that's not linear at all, as Steve was saying. It's very messy. It's gooey. It's squishy. It's sticky. And by choosing to be a leader, I am choosing. It's not on the job description, but somewhere written in invisible ink, it's you have chosen to step into the icky, messy, squishy confusion of life and be with these people.
Yeah, well said. Here's our last question. We're getting to the end of our time together. I'm disappointed. I think I just want to extend this thing until for another 4 or 5 hours, because Yeah, I'm fine. I'm good. I'm delighted with all of you. So here's the question. How do leaders reach all generations to bring about change? Not just one, all. Tim, let's get the Canadian perspective on this simple little question.
It's such a simple question. Thanks, Dennis, for throwing me the easy one. How do we change all generations? Well,
reach them. How do you reach all
generations
to bring about change?
Okay, so one thing is just asking questions, right? Steve, you were mentored by Tom Peters. He talked about management by walking around, right? And sometimes we forget about that. Just asking them, how can I best support you? One of the great mantras that I've utilized in the workplace is on somebody's first day, going up to them right away. And they're usually expecting you as the quote unquote leader in the organization to tell them something about what to do. My favorite line is, welcome to the company. Yesterday was the last day you worked for me. Today is the first day that I work for you. And as a leader in the organization, my job is now to work for you. You don't work for me anymore. You work for the customer and I work for you. And when we change that mantra, it doesn't matter what generation we're in, Dennis, and we start asking those questions and we start asking them how we can support them and help them, that's when things really change, when they realize that that's actually what we're there for. And one thing that, especially younger generations, but generations alike, Dennis, you know what they forget in the workplace? We forget to allow people to fail. We forget to allow people, and I'm not talking about catastrophic failure, burning the building down, but having little small mistakes along the way. We often as leaders jump in and say, what happens when we jump in is we stop the growth. We think about when we learned to ride a bike, how we learned. We learned to ride a bike by falling. We learned to do anything by little microscopic failures. So how can we be there and support them while still allowing them that opportunity to grow? And when we ask people those questions and we show them that we're there, it's intergenerational, Dennis.
Great answer. Who's out? Who else?
I had a real issue. I'm a baby boomer, and people of our age, if we worked, I mean, we were there all day long. And when the younger generation came in, they'd say, hey, I'm working smarter, not harder. And there was some real resentment. I mean, at 3 o'clock, and I'm looking at Steve because I listen to his audio tapes every day. And he said, we got to separate business and professional life. And how do you balance that type of thing? And I thought about that. And I soon realized that we could be successful as an organization, and we bring our skills into the ultimate goal, being a successful organization. So I had someone to talk about it. You know, what is the difference between generations? And one of the best things that I did is we did peer evaluations or peer observations. And I would decide, I would pair them up with a younger staff member with an older, and they would see, hey, this technology thing kind of works. And the younger ones are saying, oh my gosh, I can learn from some of the more mature people at staff. And they actually, as opposed to being so set in their ways and saying, these young kids, they don't respect me and I proved myself. And the younger ones are saying, your time has passed you by. But once they understood each other and they realized that it's a common goal, it worked out. So.
Yeah, let me tell you a quick story. So I had a manager who was complaining to me about these kids today, and he was describing an interview with somebody who was interviewing to come and join his company, and he said this kid comes in, and he sits down in front of my desk, and he folds his arms and he looks at me, and he says, "What do you got for me?" This is somebody he's interviewing. And he just couldn't believe the audacity of this punk. That was in 1994. So I think the first thing that we have to do to reach all generations is we got to get beyond these kids today attitude, because every generation has that same attitude about the upcoming generation. Now, what we could do, we could keep the same words and we could say, these kids today, you know, what makes them tick? Because there are differences on a deeper level. We're not so different. You know, we want to make the world a better place. We're wired a little bit different because of the technology that we've been involved in. You know, these kids today, well, they've grown up with, mobile devices. So I think that one of the things that's really going to be important to us, and it builds a little bit on what Tim was saying, just give you just a little different nuance on it. I think the challenge that people who are growing up in this generation, the phone generation, challenge that we have, and not just people growing up in it, but all of us, is we're losing our ability to be present because that thing is always calling to us with texts and messages and bleeps and blurps. So I think, and this is a lecture I've given to my kids who are all adults now, but I've been delivering this lecture for a while. You guys are having trouble staying present because of your protocol around texts. If you can develop the ability to be present, if you can develop the ability to put that stuff away and really focus in on whomever you're with by asking the questions and tuning in and making eye contact and having conversation, you'll have a huge advantage over everybody else in your generation. Because even though we're not as good at being present as we used to be, the way people respond to it will never change. We love people who are present with us.
Yeah.
So whatever generation you're in, be present with the other generation and strive to learn and focus.
Yeah.
And we'll figure it out.
And I could punctuate that by saying you can't build relationships with a mobile phone. So any last thought? Last thought will be Pierre. You have a last thought?
Yeah, there was this piece that was floating around the internet, supposedly from Seneca, the Roman philosopher. And it talks about how young people don't respect their elders. They're always, driven by their fanciful imaginations. They don't commit to work. And people put that up online and say, who do you think wrote this? And somebody would call someone in the 1950s or 60s, and they say, no, it was written by Seneca. It's really a Roman philosopher. So even back then, people were wrestling with, Steve, the kids these days. I was having a conversation with my girls a couple of months ago, and we were talking about pop culture and music, and they were like, Dad, you're so old. Oh, this is the music that kids listen to these days. And just on the spur of the moment, I said, let me give you the breakdown on how the music industry works. The stars that you like today, the stars performing and singing the music are in their 20s. The music is written by people in their 30s, produced by people in their 40s. The road manager is in their 50s. The record company executive is in the 60s, and the person who owns the company is in their 70s. That is an intergenerational dynamic that really makes it work.
Fabulous.
And if we can learn from the music industry, leverage these intergenerational relationships for total organizational success.
Awesome. That was terrific. Gentlemen, thank you so much. It was an incredible conversation. A lot of wisdom, a lot of good humor, but important messaging. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. What a remarkable day. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dennis. Such a pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, we've arrived at the end of our time together. Again, I don't know about you, but it seemed like it just flew by, and I hope that means nothing but good things for each and every one of you. I hope that you got as much from these conversations as I did. I want to thank each of my speakers for their incredible contributions to these discussions. I'm very confident that these conversations will find their way into the hearts and minds of others after this event. Thanks in no small part to the incredible thoughtfulness and leadership demonstrated by those speakers. I also want to thank each one of you in the audience, spending an incredible amount of time today attending this event. I hope you got something very worthwhile from it. The summit was recorded and will be available in the near future for your download and reviewing if you care to, or to share it with others. I hope you'll do so. I want to thank you again for being here today. I wish you all the very, very best. Thank you.